Okay, we're going to get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition Summit for 2022. My name is Tom Burbacher, and I'm the Director for the Community Engagement Corps and the Research Translation Corps for the Superfund program at the University of Washington, which is co-hosting this summit. So can you go to the next slide? So I know it's traditional to wait until the end of the talks to thank everyone and acknowledge everyone, but I actually want to do that right at the outset. This summit takes a lot of work, and a lot of people have committed their time. So I'd like to really make sure I acknowledge the coalition board of directors for the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition. Patty Martin, who you'll hear from in a moment, Darlene Schanfeld, Doris Weller, Barbara Miller, and John Shaw. And I'd also like to make sure I acknowledge all the hard work that BJ Cummings and Lisa Hayward did putting this together for the Superfund program that we have here at the UW. And a special thanks to all the speakers who have graciously given up some of their Saturday to spend their time with us. Joel Clement, Robert Martin, Rhonda Ketzel, Jill Witowski-Heaps, Millie Piazza, and Denise Trabick-Pointer. Thank you all for agreeing to talk today. And I want to do a land acknowledgement before we get started. We give thanks to our Indigenous host and want to acknowledge that this webinar is being broadcast from the traditional lands of the Duwamish, Suquamish, and Muckleshoot tribes, within the Coast Salish territory of the Pacific Northwest. And one more slide I have before I turn it over to Patty. And I wanted to just acknowledge that a co-sponsor for this summit is the Superfund program at the University of Washington. And we thank the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences for their funding for the Superfund program throughout the several decades that we've had the Superfund program here at the university. So with that, I'll turn it over to Patty Martin, and she'll say hello and greet you as well. Patty, are you here?
There we go.
There we go.
I'm here. So thank you, Tom. And good morning, and thank you to everyone who's attending the Northwest Toxic Community Coalition's 13th annual summit. This year's summit celebrates the work we do together as advocates and scientists to protect human health by protecting the environment in which we live. The Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition represents organizations and individuals throughout EPA's Region 10, Washington, Alaska, Oregon, and Idaho, that are working to protect their families and communities from toxic insult of industrial pollution. The cost of pollution, which is to be borne by the industry, is externalized onto surrounding communities where the cost is paid in increased health problems, decreased quality of life, and demonization of those who stand up to insist on environmental justice. In spite of the consequences, advocates on the ground don't abandon their communities. They stay and continue the pursuit for justice. I'm proud to say that this dedication is exemplified by each of our board members and the various grassroots organizations of the coalition. Excuse me. Thank you for all your hard work and commitment to your communities. To our audience, if you can stay during the lunch break, we have a visual glimpse of some of the work that have been done by members of our coalition. I should say it's a video, so you'll get to see some of the work that's been done by the coalition. The board would like to take this opportunity to thank the University of Washington Superfund Research Program for their support over the past 15 years. The coalition has benefited from resources and guidance provided by the dedicated team within the Superfund program, and especially from Dr. Tom Burbacher, who has been with the coalition since its inception. Additionally, we'd like to thank the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences and the Superfund program for recognizing the important role that grassroots organizations and individuals play in protecting the environment and therefore human health. Finally, to our speakers and to those individuals and organizations at the state and federal level who are dedicated to building the science that supports our work, thank you. As our summit title suggests, together we can. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lisa Hayward, who's going to go over housekeeping rules with you. Lisa.
Thanks, Patty. So before we go on, I wanted to mention a few technical details before we get started with the presentations. So these are slides from NIEHS that can kind of walk us through this Zoom interface. So here we go. First, we're participating in a Zoom webinar rather than a Zoom meeting that many of you are familiar with at this point, I'm sure. So the functionality for the webinar is a little different. There are two options for asking questions. First of all, you can enter questions into the Q&A field located in the menu bar at the bottom of your screen. A moderator will then ask your question of the presenter after their talk. That would be me. Or two, you can raise your hand if you would like to be unmuted by a host to ask your question directly. The raised hand option might be in the menu bar at the bottom or in the sidebar on the right. It varies with the Zoom that you have. So we would like to reserve the chat for the host to post resources and links. Finally, you cannot rename yourself in webinars, so we ask that you provide your name and affiliation when you ask your question. Thank you all for joining today. I have one final slide here, and then I will pass it over to Patty. Sorry, that went by fast. And Patty's going to introduce our first speaker, I believe.
Actually, that will be me. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. Can you go ahead and stop sharing your screen? Wonderful. Okay, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon if you're on the East Coast. My name is BJ Cummings, and I am the Community Engagement Manager for the University of Washington Superfund Research Program, and I have the great pleasure of introducing our first speaker for today, Joel Clement, who is going to be delivering a talk titled Taking It Personally, Climate Change and Public Service. Joel is an Arctic Initiative Senior Fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School's Bell for Science and International Affairs. He has a background in climate and energy issues, resilience and climate change adaptation, as well as landscape scale conservation and management, and Arctic social ecological systems. And prior to joining the Kennedy School, Joel served as an executive for 7 years in the US Department of the Interior. In September 2017, he was awarded the Joe A. Calloway Award for Civic Courage and resigned from public service in October of that year. And you'll hear more about that from him today. Since then, he has received multiple awards for ethics, courage, and his dedication to the role of science in public policy. He's been featured and interviewed on CNN and MSNBC, PBS, ABC, et cetera, Democracy Now!, one of my favorites, and has been published by the Washington Post, the Denver Post, The Guardian, The Hill, and NBC Think. So before serving in federal government, Joel was the Conservation Science Program Officer for a private foundation here in the Seattle area where we're broadcasting from, where he focused on climate change adaptation strategies. And in addition to his current role at the Kennedy School, he's an associate with the Stockholm Environment Institute and a senior fellow with the Union of Concerned Scientists. And I would like to add on a personal note, he is also a former resident of the Duwamish Valley here in South Seattle. And I had the great honor of having the opportunity to work with him on advocacy for cleanup of the Duwamish River Superfund site during his time in residence here. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Joel. Joel, there you are, welcome. And very much looking forward to your talk. Take it away.
Well, great. Thanks so much, BJ, for that kind intro. And greetings from the ancestral lands of the Anacostan, Piscataway, and Pamunkey people here in Washington, D.C. I'd also like to extend thanks to the Wabanaki people of Maine, which is for their stewardship of the lands that I call home. So I put a background up of my home in Maine, so you wouldn't have to look at a hotel room in Washington, D.C. But I'm delighted to be here. I'm as BJ mentioned, I have a deep history in the Northwest and lived in the South Park for some time, and I still have a 206 area code, and I'm very familiar with the work that you all do and the barriers and the opportunities. And so this is really neat for me to be back in touch with folks there. And as the title of the talk says, I'm going to talk about climate change and public service, but I also want to talk about resilience and transformation a bit. So with your forbearance, I'd like to describe what climate change looks like in the fastest changing region on Earth. That's the Arctic, which is warming 3 to 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. You know, it was only a couple of years ago we were saying twice as fast, but it's accelerating. And then I'll talk a little bit about my very small part in drawing attention to those matters. And I'd like to circle back to geek out on resilience a bit before we go to questions. We'll have plenty of time for questions. So I'll show a few images, but I like to see faces, so I won't leave them up throughout the Q&A, and I'll try to keep that to a minimum. Let me go ahead and minimize this and share my screen. All right, let's see, hopefully that's all working now so you can see it. And I'm going to try to move my hands as little as possible because I'm on the road. I don't have my microphone, so I'm dependent on the laptop mic. So if there are any issues, someone sing out because I'm not looking at the chat. Now, I don't like to show a lot of graphs, but in order to talk about the Arctic, it really helps to show a sort of famous old graph about what climate change means and what an increase in the mean, you know, we talk about 1.5, 2 degrees Celsius warming. But this first curve is the previous climate. The second curve is the new climate, and that increase in the mean at the top you see doesn't look like much, but it's really on the tails where you see action in these curves. I think many of you are familiar with this graph. It's from an IPCC report from, I think, 2007. Now, that increase in hot weather, that increase in extreme and record hot weather is what we'll be talking about with the Arctic, as well as losing the cold weather that allows the ice to set up there. And I'll just show this one other graphic.
You are fading in and out, Joe.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'll see if I can move even less. Appreciate that. This is, you're looking straight down on the North Pole here. Denmark is at about 7 o'clock. Alaska is at about 11 o'clock. And this graphic is not here so you can look at the details of a temperature anomaly in the Arctic in 2019. But so that you can see the scale of colors. 2019 was when we started seeing so many temperature anomalies in the Arctic, big ones, that meteorologists had to extend the spectrum in order to show the extent of these anomalies, right? I mean, a 20 degrees Celsius change is ridiculous. We're seeing 100-degree days in the Arctic, and this change is accelerating. So this is merely a way to show you the extent to which it's changing the way we even map out warming in the region. And of course, there are implications worldwide. The Greenland ice sheet is a mile thick. It's a lot of ice. This picture was sent to me by a colleague who's doing some research in the Arctic. I have to caveat this, however. There are ice ponds, ice melts, and it's severe, and we'll talk about that. But I gave a talk at Bowdoin College a year or two ago, and they have a wonderful museum there, and the curator of the museum approached me afterward and said, we actually have an image from the Macmillan expeditions of over 100 years ago that looks identical to this image. So ice ponds have been happening for a long time, but that does not in any way diminish the fact that this ice is melting at a record pace. Last summer was yet another summer where, excuse me, one day last July, there was enough ice melt from Greenland to cover the state of Florida in 2 inches of water. So it's dramatic, and it has global implications. This is what we worry about when we talk about tipping points and so on. It is, however, not the only change in the Arctic that has global implications. Permafrost thaw is another dramatic change. Permafrost, these are the frozen soils that underlie some 25% of the Northern Hemisphere. and a lot of infrastructure. For example, 80% of Russia's oil and gas infrastructure is on some degree of permafrost. So it has the thawing and degrading and destabilizing permafrost has geopolitical implications. And it has implications, of course, for people that live there. And we'll talk a bit more about that going along here. But, you know, if you live on a coastline where the ground beneath your feet is thawing and destabilizing at the same time that sea ice is retreating and no longer providing a curtain of protection for these coastlines during the stormy season, you have a lot of problems. We'll get into that in a little bit. But the reason that there are the most profound global implication of this is that there's an awful lot of methane and CO2 stored in these frozen soils. And as they degrade, bacteria are able to get in there and start to release those gases. And the unfortunate thing is, and this is one of those bummer of climate data points, we know there's a ton of this stuff in there. We don't know how much and at what rate it will be released. So the IPCC climate models do not include these gases in their projections. So we don't actually necessarily know what our carbon budget is going forward. That's why permafrost thaw is such a big question right now. And that's the focus of some of our work at Harvard going forward, thinking about policy opportunities to address this and incorporate this new introduction of gases into these global change models. But of course, what this means for people that live there is profound, and we'll talk some more about that. Other big changes that are taking place in the Arctic, food webs transform, right? I mean, things happen. Species populations explode and contract. That's not unusual. What's unusual in the Arctic is our transformations taking place both at the top of the food chain and at the bottom. And of course, you in the Northwest will recognize the orcas here. If you're a beluga or a narwhal or an ice seal, ringed seal, or any of the Arctic seals, you're accustomed to looking for the apex predator up on the ice sheet. That's where the polar bears hunt, and that's how they get around. That ice sheet, of course, is contracting, and it's very well documented the struggles that the polar bear is having to find prey. But the other thing, the perhaps unexpected consequence is without that ice sheet, animals with really long dorsal fins are able to get into the Arctic for the first time and hunt. And as you know, orcas hunt as a pack, and it's a whole different type of predator-prey dynamic that's changing. If you're a beluga, again, you're looking, instead of looking up for your predator, you're looking everywhere else. So a big change at the top of the food chain, and at the bottom of the food chain, these fatty copepods that have always made up provided the nutritional foundation for food webs in the Arctic. They're being displaced by far less fatty copepods, plankton from the North Atlantic. And we're starting to hear people referring more and more often to the Atlantification of the Arctic. We're seeing these copepods come in all the way to Svalbard. Different fish species migrating northward, salmon in the Arctic. And research is only now starting to get a bead on these transformations, but suffice it to say that the impact on local communities and subsistence communities is profound. The level of uncertainty is profound. So an awful lot going on in the Arctic to worry about. I show this slide. Those of you who are familiar with the Iditarod race know that it finishes in Nome, Alaska. But in 2019, for people that are familiar with the region in the winter, the sight of open water in the background of the finish in Nome was shocking and emblematic of change in the Arctic. And the implications for the loss of ice go beyond protecting the shoreline from erosion. The ice is life in the winter. The frozen, the sea ice is a hunting platform for Alaska natives and Inuit around the Arctic. Rivers, frozen rivers are highway corridors. That's when winter is when you can go visit other communities more easily, bring supplies to more remote communities. The river ice is a lifeline as well. So the fact that we're seeing such degradation in ice in the wintertime, and in some cases, it's not setting up until well into the winter. I think we just crossed the sea ice maximum in the last couple of days which is very early. We're likely to see quite a melt this coming melt season, and the implications for communities are dire. So not only is it transportation, health and safety, but entire communities are at risk. And the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, gosh, I think it was back in 2006 when they first reported that some 32 communities, Alaska Native communities, indigenous communities were imminently threatened by the loss of sea ice and the increase in erosion, essentially by climate change. And that's only grown worse. And so during the Obama administration, while I was there, starting in 2013 or so, we were really promoting the idea of the federal government taking a concerted approach. And to their credit, the White House really got on board. They created the Arctic Executive Steering Committee to emphasize the importance of Arctic issues. And it was chaired by my current boss, John Holdren, who at the time was President Obama's science advisor and was for all 8 years. And that body took this project on, and President Obama was the first president to go to the Arctic, first sitting president to do so, and talked a lot about health and safety of people in the region. So we were able to get a lot of work done. It's federal government, it takes forever. I suffer no illusion that we were solving the problem of getting everybody out of harm's way, but we were starting to move some resources and organize federal agencies to collaborate better on this matter. There are some 23 federal agencies at play when you're looking at Arctic matters. So it was a big push. We were finally tackling it. And then there was an election, and the Trump administration came in. Now, I was a senior executive, which meant I reported to political appointees, and all the Obama appointees left, and we were kind of waiting to see what they had for Trump appointees. We knew climate change was not going to be a priority, but I guess in all my naivete, I thought that adaptation and resilience and getting people out of harm's way would not be devalued in this administration. And of course, I was profoundly wrong. As soon as they were legally permitted to purge the senior executive service 6 months into the administration, they did so. I was part of that purge, and I was reassigned along with dozens of other senior executives, including about 10% of us were, 10% of the reassigned were Native Americans. So it wasn't just ridiculous management. There was a lot of discrimination involved in this action. And I was reassigned from this work, climate change, to the office that collects royalty checks from the oil and gas companies that are operating and extracting oil and gas on federal land. So they weren't just trying to get me out of the way. They were trying to get me to quit, which of course is also inappropriate and illegal. You can move senior executives around all you want, but you can't do so in order to get them to quit. And Secretary Ryan Zinke, who signed off on all this, he actually said as much to Congress when testifying on the budget, that indeed he was trying to get senior executives to quit. So this is the point in my talk where I usually, if I'm in a live audience, I ask the public servants to raise their hands. And then I ask them to keep their hands up if you know your rights and protections should you find yourself in a position of speaking up against the people you work for, whether it be political appointees or others. And most of the hands go down because we just don't know. I certainly didn't. And I had to find legal counsel right away to understand what my reassignment meant, because I understood that meant that there would be no longer a White House-driven federal collaboration to get people out of harm's way in Alaska, among a number of other programs. And so I learned about the Whistleblower Protection Act and the Whistleblower Protection Enhancement Act, and all the other ways that you can bring complaints within the federal government, whether it's ombudsman, and you'll hear from Robert later, or whether it's the civil rights office or other offices that are in place to protect employees. However, when you're going up against the secretary of your agency, it's prudent perhaps to go beyond those offices. And I've submitted my whistleblower complaint to the Office of Special Counsel, and they accepted it, which put me in an interesting category. Now, much to my attorney's chagrin, I also, I didn't want this to be a quiet behind the scenes process. And so I penned an op-ed that same day in the Washington Post and described the story And I described it because the incoming Trump administration people were trying to undercut the agency and the work that we do. And that seemed to be their goal. It did not seem that public service was in their interest. Now, at that point, of course, my life turned upside down. A lot happens when you do that, but I was the first whistleblower of the administration. So there was a lot I had to learn about communicating. And you know, I did all the TV shows and I testified to Congress and I went to the State of the Union address later on. You know, I kept my head down and focused on these things in a very nonpartisan way. In fact, I'm not a Democrat or Republican, and I feel strongly about keeping this climate change work as bipartisan as I can. But this incoming group of partisans was not interested in public service, so I spoke very strongly against the Interior Secretary and others, and really focused. Had to learn how to maintain that focus. But it wasn't until the UN climate talks in Bonn that year, after I had resigned, that I recognized the impact of doing this. I had been to the climate talks before. I was in Paris with the Secretary Jewell at the time. So I'd been in that environment. I knew it well. I was on the US delegation, but of course, come the Bonn talks, I was not going to be on the US delegation. I don't think they even sent one. I was on the Swedish delegation. I'd been invited to speak about Arctic and resilience and so on. And I knew that Al Gore was in the building somewhere. And no matter what you think of Al Gore, he exemplified public service by raising the banner on climate change very early and very emphatically, and very much admired him for that and wanted to meet him. But of course, he came out of the auditorium where he was giving a talk and he was mobbed instantly by a lot of young people eager to shake his hand. I wasn't going to get anywhere near that guy. I did one of those long distance selfie things where I held my camera up over my head so he'd be in the frame, but he was way in the background and I was in the foreground. I thought that would be the best I could do. When a guy in a suit came up, he took my arm. He said, "Are you Joel Clement?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, the vice president would like to speak with you." And it was in that moment that I realized that raising your voice, doing what you feel you must and saying it out loud and going up against people who are violating what I consider the oath that we all hold, that we all swear to uphold the Constitution. Doing that has an effect beyond what you expect it to. I had my head down. Even doing TV shows, I never realized really what was going on there. But when the vice president wanted to speak with me, I realized that a voice can matter and a voice can make a big difference. And, you know, for those of you who are in public service, I know that it's a difficult decision to make. I expected or hoped there to be quite an avalanche of other whistleblowers soon after. Now that didn't happen. There were some, particularly in the national security space. And I realized that it was a no-brainer for me in that moment, but I didn't have a family to support. I didn't, you know, it's a very personal decision, and I have to say, I'm deeply appreciative of those public servants who stayed to do the job at a time when that you were getting no support whatsoever and programs were being shut down. That said, a lot of people did leave. The federal workforce has been aging for quite some time. Many people were near retirement age anyway. EPA lost huge numbers, in particular Interior as well. It was a really challenging time to be in public service, but given the threats and the importance of climate change in this case, climate equity and climate justice, I felt it was really essential to do this. And I like to refer to Margaret Chase Smith partly because she's from Maine, but also because she was a Republican and she went up strongly against the McCarthy phenomenon, and her declaration of conscience was maybe one of the most impactful speeches in the Senate, if not impactful, at least historically relevant or important, where she talked about the four horsemen of calumny: fear, ignorance, bigotry, and smear, as you know, what was happening within her party then and what needed to change. And her dedication to public service, as reflected in this quote, was a dedication to people and to the American people and to the nation. And it was rare to see that. And those four horsemen of calumny define this incoming Trump administration at the time. So I took some comfort from her quotes, her declaration of conscience, and all of the appalling things that we saw take place during this administration of extremists. Again, this is not a Republican Party thing, although of course they enabled it. This was an administration of extremists, and it needed to be addressed because there was far too much at stake. And I show this picture when I talk about what's at stake because I've worked a bit with the Marshall Islands, and I've traveled to Kwajalein Atoll, which is what you're looking at here. This thin necklace of land is the tip of an undersea volcano. This is an atoll. Kwajalein, I would say for the most part, the maximum altitude of that land is about 3 feet. Right. So when we're talking about sea level, a meter of sea level rise, we're talking about something deeply profound to these folks. At one of the UN conferences, the delegate from the Marshall Islands went up to the delegate from Greenland. He said, as your island is melting, mine is sinking. And, you know, the question of refugee status becomes an issue. And it's so deeply profound and so frightening that we can't tolerate the kind of behavior we were seeing during the Trump administration. And I gave a talk a couple of weeks ago, Puerto Rico, and the things that we've seen in common, but Alaska Native villages, Kwajalein Atoll, Rincon in Puerto Rico, and the Quinault Nation out on the Olympic Peninsula, we're all in this together in a far more profound way. And it's sort of a, you know, we're together in misery, but also in opportunity. And one of the challenges is finding a mental framework to get our heads around this kind of change. In the Pacific Northwest, I cribbed this diagram from the National Climate Assessment, the Northwest chapter. And it's referring to impacts on infrastructure, but there are lots of other contexts for this, right? As we talk about sea level rise, wildfires, extreme weather, flooding, all the things that you're experiencing in the Northwest. Of course, infrastructure is an issue, but so is culture, so are ecosystems, clean air and clean water. Just the climate change as threat multiplier is profound. And I don't think we can overstate the importance of focusing on it. But I myself need some kind of mental map to understand this better. I have worked with resilience to do so. I've been studying resilience for about 20 years now, and I don't think of that dictionary definition there. And that's like it takes a licking and keeps on ticking definition as very useful. When we did our Arctic resilience assessment, I teamed up with Johan Rockström on this from Sweden. We decided to focus on those linked social ecological systems. Those social ecological systems in the Arctic are far more tightly linked than many, because communities are so dependent on ecosystems for their well-being. And it's not about bouncing back from shocks and stresses or even adapting to shocks and stresses. It's thriving through those shocks and stresses. No community wants to survive shock. They want to thrive. Nobody's there to just get through stuff. And so it changed the way we talk about resilience, and it allowed us to talk about it in a very relational and holistic way. And in my view, it's the closest Western science has gotten to indigenous knowledge, I think. And the importance of indigenous knowledge going forward in solving these problems can't be overstated. It's just essential, and it's a big part of climate justice. But this matter of social ecological systems and thriving and having choices is essential. And I always use an iceberg diagram, maybe because I do Arctic work, but it is so apt. You know, we talk about the shocks and stresses there on the right, and we're often talking about disaster response and management. And sometimes we talk about the functions and processes that underpin disaster response or make it or forestall disaster response. We talk about governance approaches that can allow local communities to more better to increase their fate control and do a better job of preparing for change, funding patterns and processes, how to move dollars to where they can best be useful, how to prioritize the dollars that are available. But we talk a lot less about the systemic structures and root causes of these inequities in the first place. And when we're getting into climate justice issues, environmental justice issues, this is where the rubber hits the road. And we're starting to, I mean, certainly systemic racism is coming to the fore more and more, certainly in academia, more so in NGOs, and even in government agencies. Less so, I think, colonialism. You know, we see barriers that the Alaska Native communities, there's this huge infrastructure just passed with billions of dollars meant to go to help Alaska Native communities, and many of them are ineligible for those dollars because of these colonial structures and the focus on needing to show some sort of expertise around dollars and cents and things, essentially preventing these communities from getting the help they need. So these systemic structural barriers need to be talked about more and operationalized instead of, it still seems as though these conversations are hypothetical, particularly around systemic racism. And to really develop these anti-racist structures, we need to talk about this a lot more. And this is not even to tackle the bottom of the iceberg, these paradigms, right? I mean, at some point, as we talk about the transformations taking place with climate, and I'm not talking about just the Arctic here, of course, but globally, we need to talk about economy. We need to talk about growth economics and capitalism and how those paradigms may need to be tweaked. We need to talk about indigenizing economies, particularly in areas like Alaska, where there's such a strong and thriving indigenous population. We need to talk about these things and implement them and operationalize them. But you know, mostly, especially with paradigms, we need to talk about it. We need to stop feeling marginalized in conferences and meetings when we talk about these things. We need to imagine that you're leading a new approach to change and transformation. That we're no longer talking about adapting. Climate adaptation shouldn't be the only thing we talk about. It's essential. We have to talk about it, but we need to be talking about social change and systemic change. And of course, addressing some paradigms that are going to run into trouble going forward. So I have two exhortations in my talks. And the first one is the talk about it piece. And I think we all understand the importance of that, but I think when it comes time to take a risk and talk about these things in a format or in a forum where you may find that people aren't prepared for that, well, it's hard, but you're the trailblazers, and you can be the trailblazers. I know a lot of you are doing work like that, and I appreciate it deeply. The second exhortation I always say is consider public service. Despite the things I just described and the challenges that you face, the opportunities are immense. You know, I always felt when I was in the NGO world, that was probably for about a dozen years, I was throwing ideas over the walls, and I didn't know if those ideas were being picked up. Maybe people better than me were better at that. But when you're on the inside, you can really make important changes happen. I found that my time in public service far exceeded my expectations in terms of access, impact, and so on. And I think that you would too. Many of you already are in public service. Thank you so much for that. Many of you are in what I call public service, but in the NGO world. I still consider that public service, but consider going into government structures and helping out there as well. It's so important. And all of the work you all do is so crucial. I can't thank you enough for what you do. And I really look forward to some good questions here. So I'm going to turn off the screen share so we can jump into a Q&A. And I don't know how you'll be managing that, BJ or Lisa or Patty, but I'm happy to just respond as needed. I'll turn on the chat if that's where it's going to be happening.
Thank you so much, Joel. That was a great talk. This is Lisa, and I'll be moderating the question and answer. So we'd like everybody to use the question and answer box or to raise their hand so that we can unmute them and have them ask directly.
All right, so fire away, folks, because I'll just go on endlessly if you don't.
We did get one question that came in through the chat. So let me scroll back to find it.
Looks like Darlene has her hand up too.
Okay, well, here's the question we got in the chat during your talk. And I think this is from Jean Mendoza. Hello, everyone. I'm from the Yakima Valley and executive director for the Friends of Toppenish Creek. Today, I want to learn what the agencies are doing for Jose and Maria.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Jean, do you want to unmute to clarify?
I'm not really killing it with the Q&A yet.
I'm not sure I can help translate.
Can I ask a question in the meantime while you're trying to get Jean in?
Sure, go ahead, Darlene.
Joel, you mentioned something about trouble at the Macaw Reservation. And I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, the Quinault are in a situation there on the Olympic Peninsula where they are needing to relocate parts of their community, and it's exactly what we're seeing in Alaska. We're also seeing this on the Gulf Coast, where there have been grants to get the Ile de Jean Charles community, another indigenous community, out of harm's way. The Quinault have had repetitive flooding and storm surge issues, and they have been doing an amazing job crafting a resilience framework and an adaptation strategy there. And it does unfortunately involve uprooting from certain areas. And I think they're the first in Washington State to have to do that, and maybe even the Pacific Northwest. So it's a sea level rise and storm surge issue, but also flooding coming down the rivers there. So that's what they're having to do. You know, I think in doing so, they're really leading the way in the kind of we call managed retreat. And it's important. So I think what we're seeing there is something we're going to be seeing, of course, globally, but around the US on the coastline. So they're testing this stuff out for the rest of us.
Thanks, Joel. We're starting to get questions in the Q&A box, which is great. So the first is from Jerry Paulette. Did you get legal and other support from whistleblower protection organizations such as Government Accountability Project or PEER? And then it looks like there's a second part. And how did having a network or lack of a network of support as a whistleblower affect you?
Yeah, you know, I did get some help. My attorney and I sat down with GAP. They're a fantastic organization. They offered to help, and I think they would have taken my case, but I already had an attorney who does employment law and was very plugged into federal employee law. And but that community was a big help. I did some recordings for them. We had some articles going back and forth. I was very impressed with the professionalism there at GAP. Not having a background in that stuff meant I really had to lean on my attorney to understand what the Whistleblower Protection Act meant. It's complicated. Even meeting with my team often and talking about this stuff, you can't expect to, unless you're an attorney yourself, really understand what it all means. So there's a level of trust you have to have. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of finding someone that you trust who has your best interests in mind, because there are lots of ways you can misstep. Some organizations may be more interested in turning you into an event or a publicity opportunity. And so it is, I think, important to consider the balance of advice that's available to you and tap into your networks. I was really lucky in that upon when the agency first announced the reassignments, I heard about it first in the Washington Post because they highlighted a few examples, and my reassignment was one of them. And that was when things started to spin. And I found that almost immediately my community, and I had come from Seattle environmental community, and people came out of the woodwork to offer help and assistance. And that's, I think, essential. This community that's on this, that's part of this summit, those of you that communicate on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, you're there to help each other through things like this. And I learned how that works and was deeply appreciative of the people that came out of the woodwork to help me. And you can be certain that people would do the same for you in a similar situation.
Thank you. The next question is from Laura Feldman. As an activist working on the Portland Harbor Superfund site, I have learned how incapable the city government structure is in dealing with the climate breakdown. They have a climate action plan, et cetera, but it seems they haven't really integrated the importance of or how to deal with this disaster. How do we work with them effectively? Any tips?
Well, first of all, I will say work for them because there's no better way to understand the barriers that they're up against than to all of a sudden be facing them yourself. And that's what I found at Interior with the federal bureaucracy. That understanding allowed me to overcome some barriers. But that said, this is a big new challenge for municipalities in particular, because they don't necessarily have the resources, no new tax dollars that are going to building out resilience plans. In fact, there are possibilities that tax dollars will be constrained by some of the extreme events and other economic impacts in a municipality, the loss of taxable real estate as sea level rises and so on. So they're kind of up against it without all the tools. So I think it is extremely helpful for municipalities. And I've seen this in Maine, where NGOs, like say Friends of Casco Bay, where I'm from, or where I grew up, they'll sit down with the municipalities along Casco Bay and say, okay, how can I help? Rather than you're doing it wrong, which is often the case, how can we help it work better? Because we know you're up against some real constraints here. Now, there are going to be places where you've got dug in people who aren't ready for this kind of change and certainly aren't ready for the kind of transformative things that I was suggesting to talk about. So you got to know your audience in some cases, but it's about partnering. And this is something that I found at Interior as well. Those science, those research programs in which the federal employees were partnered with state and NGO partners persisted through the Trump embarrassment better than others because they had other people that were part of their research who could talk openly. And that really helped them get things done. So partnering with them in a tangible way, and frankly, sharing costs, bringing grants and being grant partners can make a big difference. That's a good question because that's where the rubber hits the road, communities.
Yeah, thanks for that question and that answer. So this is from Robbie Mantooth. How can individuals and groups help impacted communities be more involved in their futures? From Robbie Mantooth, co-founder of Friends of Enos Creek, sorry if I said that wrong, where Clalams had an ancient village, toxic wastes, and alterations to the stream and estuary also threaten the best chance of saving the remaining salmon stream in Port Angeles.
Yeah, and that's an instance where you have so many potential partners because there are so many some interacting impacts there, whether it be the salmon, whether it be culture, whether it be the persistence of an ecosystem that a lot of people depend on. So I always, the thing that always gives me hope in every problem-solving situation are those collaborations. And it's so hard to approach a collaboration with a partner who may have been adversarial in the past, or there may have been some bad things that happened. But when you're faced with crisis, and I think back to what I was saying about how we're all in this together, this is a case in which climate change can enable deeper partnerships and partnerships in which agencies, public service entities are better able to understand the constraints. It's a matter of knowing how these impacts affect each partner. And so it's, this is sit down and talk about it. and find out what everyone's up against, and then see how solutions might help everyone. You can't, and the problem with collaborations is everyone comes in with their number one concern, and they don't necessarily listen to the concerns of the others. And so listening actively and understanding how we're all in this together is a big part of those local problem solving situations. A lot of cool opportunities in that area to get it right.
Yes, thank you. So now from Alexandra Gayek, could you talk about what you think should be done about population growth as an underlying issue? And also, she clarifies global population growth.
No, I can't. I won't talk about population growth, but certainly there are an awful lot of us.
Okay.
I'm going to sidestep that one.
Yeah, fair enough. So the next question is from Lynn Nelson. Are you hearing about young scientists today in a more hospitable Biden administration facing some of the strains and threats that you endure? What support do they need?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for the question, Lynn. There will always be concerns, whether they rise to the level of the Office of Special Counsel or if they're merely complaints about process. And at the Union of Concerned Scientists, we work on what we call scientific integrity issues. And that doesn't mean the integrity of the science. It means avoiding the politicization of science. There will always be, even during the Obama years, there would be scientific integrity complaints. Oftentimes it's a matter of poor management. Other times it's a matter of disrespect. Those human things are going to keep happening. So even if you're in a friendly administration, you're going to see this stuff go on. And at UCS, we often talk about that. The scientific integrity issues have been around for a long time. They kind of exploded during Bush 2. And that's when I think a lot of people started hearing about how science could be politicized, but of course they're ongoing always. And the second part of your question is how to help them. And again, this is where I found having non-government partners in your research can make a big difference. Not only does it build bridges among potential partners, but it does inoculate that project a bit when things start to go haywire with some of the managerial issues in the federal government. Now, I would say that the Biden administration has done a fantastic job of daylighting scientific integrity and making it a priority from the beginning. There were executive orders early on to address it, but you're not going to eradicate it. And the thing that really needs to happen is Congress needs to pass the Scientific Integrity Act, and it needs to be given teeth. And when that happens, that provides a level of accountability that doesn't exist right now. Right now, if you raise something to the highest level, it's still only going to go to some political appointee in your agency. There needs to be some interagency body that can help adjudicate some of these things, so that if there's a frivolous claim, dismiss it. But if not, find the merit and focus on it and provide some accountability. So Congress, frankly, needs to pass that law. And this is a bipartisan issue. So it shouldn't be that hard to get this passed. There are sponsors of the act, both in the House and Senate from both parties. It's just a matter of overcoming what we have come to learn, the inertia and the concerns on the Senate side. So the Scientific Integrity Act would be huge, and partnering with your federal partners in tangible ways, including with funding, goes a long way too.
Great, those are good insights. So I'm seeing one last question in the question and answer box. This is from A. Macoro Powell. Are there case studies we can read or watch about those triads you just mentioned during the Trump administration, NPO, municipalities, and federal government, or a name of a program we can look up?
That's a good question. There are some really wonderful things happening, and I don't have all those at my fingertips. I remember participating in a conference, for example, where Hoboken, New Jersey was highlighted as doing some really fantastic work. And I remember attending another conference where Philadelphia and their work on the water supply there was innovative. both places affected by climate impacts. Other partnerships that are more problematic, challenging, that I think are important to pay attention to right now. I mentioned Ile de Jean Charles relocation in Louisiana. I think if we haven't already, we'll start to see more articles about what's happening there, because that was an enormous, well, that was a big grant from HUD to relocate them. They had to compete with communities all around the country, as it was a relocation, a climate relocation grant competition. So while there needed to be 100 such grants, they were only able to make one at that time, and we're going to learn a lot from that one. So I think that one's worth paying attention to. I also think closer to home, what they're doing on the Quinault Reservation is important and impactful, and setting some precedents. And what we're seeing in Alaska, one example up there, it's somewhat complicated, but Newtok finally has a new site, Retarvik, where they're relocating to get off of the river is completely undercutting the village, and there's a big safety concern. So they finally have a site. It's taken over 10 years just to get to this point, but they're building residences, and they're building a school and so on. Another example in Alaska where it's not gone so well is Shishmaref, and that was one of the pictures I showed during the slides. And the problem there, and this is, you know, the federal agencies, in terms of those partnerships you mentioned, the federal agencies have learned to take a step back and let the communities drive the process. And this gets at the climate justice issues. It gets at equity issues. The communities really need to be able to make the decisions about what their values are and how to advance them. So the Department of the Interior actually made some grants while I was there to set up these community-led decision-making bodies. And that has been really interesting to watch. The problem is that Shishmaref is in a tough spot. They need a road. They need to get out of harm's way very quickly. So that's just a dollars and cents issue. But that's a few examples of places that are be very interesting to watch going forward.
Yeah, thanks. So it looks like Heather Trim has her hand up. BJ is going to unmute you, Heather. So
okay, great. Thank you. Hey, great, really interesting presentation. Thank you. And hello, everyone. Heather Trim with Zero Waste Washington. You half answered my question, but I have another half of my question, and that is on the current administration. What is your take on their, are they doing enough? Are they doing enough rapidly enough for climate change and other issues, and toxics in particular? I feel like it's a mixed bag.
Well, thanks, Heather. And I agree. They're not doing enough. And in my area, and I know less about toxics. I know that I would like to see some of those rules that were canned during the Trump years very quickly reinstated. I understand there are barriers to that, but my area of expertise being public lands and oil and gas, there's no reason for the federal government to be doing any new lease sales for oil and gas on public lands. The industry has already leased enough for decades of drilling. They're not even touching their permits to drill. They already have. The very least that should be done is maintain that initial moratorium on oil and gas. I know there are political reasons not to, and I know Joe Manchin's got a chokehold on progress, and the White House is very worried about that. But I feel strongly that it's important to step up and do these things, suffer the slings and arrows, and see where we can go. That kind of moratorium would be world-changing in terms of the level of aggression to address the climate crisis. They're not doing enough. And there are reasons for that. And the Senate is a big reason for it. But sometimes you got to take risks, and I feel like they're taking risks in the wrong places. And so I'm very frank about this with my friends there. A lot of good friends are in that administration, and I think they're doing great stuff. But I wish the leadership in the White House would allow them to really do some of the things, the reforms that need to take place ASAP regarding fossil fuel use of our shared public lands. So my answer, Heather, is it is a mixed bag indeed, but I'm very concerned.
great. Thank you to everyone for being so engaged, and thank you, Joel, for your answers. I think there are no more questions that I can see, and I think that's going to end our session. Our first.
Hey, well, thanks so much, Lisa, and thanks to the organizers. This was a lot of fun. I look forward maybe someday in person, seeing you all and doing it again.
Oh, BJ, do you have something?
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah, just having heard the questions, Joel, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share, any last thoughts, any last reflections with us before you go.
Yeah, I can tell that there's, one of the major concerns is how can we actually be effective and get things done, and in this time when there's so much angst. And I think those are the right questions to be asking: how to handle issues and conflicts with local agencies and towns, how to build collaborations. I mean, those are the big issues to be addressing. And frankly, I think many of you are having great success on that front. So learning from one another will be great. There are places to look for where things have gone well. And I think you're just asking all the right questions about how to actually make change on the ground. But I do want to circle back to that question of transformation and talking about the hard things and the things that just don't come up because we're so focused on the problem at hand. And it's so difficult to talk about those big issues, those big systemic problems, how to be an anti-racist organization or how to build climate equity. Those are the things that really need to come to the fore. So I'll just, as always, keep pushing for that. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm very, very delighted to be part of this and deeply appreciative of all the work that you do, whether it's in the advocacy world, in public service, or in academia. So thanks so much for the opportunity to speak, and good luck with all your work going forward.
Thank you, Joel. Okay, we have a break scheduled, and I think we will, we've got Jill Witowski-Heaps up next at 10:25. We will reconvene at 10:20 to go over some ground rules for how the Zoom Q&A and all of that works. So please feel free to get up, stretch your legs, get some coffee, take a bio break, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Hi all, if you've just joined us during intermission, we will be reconvening in about 5 minutes and moving on to our next speaker, Jill Witowski-Heaps from Earth Justice in New York. See you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody. We're going to be reconvening here in just a couple of minutes. If you've joined us during the intermission, we have Jill Witowski-Heaps from Earth Justice coming up next, talking about teaming up to fight for environmental justice. We're just finishing up a brief intermission. Go ahead and grab tea or coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll be back with you in about 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I just want to give everyone a reminder before we start our next session that the way we're managing this is for questions to go in the question and answer box that should be in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen or may show up in a sidebar depending on what version of Zoom you're using. The chat we're going to reserve for resources, links for resources from the speakers and the panelists. So please keep that in mind. You can also raise your hand when it's time for question and answer, and we'll call on you, unmute you, and you can just answer your question directly. Okay, thanks. I'll pass it over.
I think I'm ready to introduce Jill. Jill Witowski-Heaps is the next presenter. She is a senior attorney at Earth Justice's Northeast office based in Buffalo, New York. Jill is the former director of the Environmental Advocacy Clinic at Vermont Law School, deputy director of the Tulane Environmental Law Clinic, and assistant director of the Environmental Law Clinic at the University of Buffalo School of Law. Jill served as director of the Choose Clean Water Coalition and as waterkeeper at San Diego Coastkeeper. Jill has clerked for the Honorable Virginia Hernandez Covington of U.S. District Court for the Middle District of Florida, and she began her career as an associate at Skadden, Arps, Slate, Meagher, and Flom in New York City. Jill graduated Order of the Coif from Washington University School of Law in 2002. And she served for 6 years on the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council. So you can see she's had quite a distinguished career after graduating 2 decades ago. Jill, thanks very much for joining us. We are excited for your presentation.
Thank you so much, Darlene. Really happy to be here. Again, I'm Jill Witkowski-Heaps, coming to you from Buffalo on the unceded territory of the Haudenosaunee people. I work at Earth Justice in the Northeast office, but we work nationally and internationally. So we have offices in the Pacific Northwest in Seattle and also an office in Alaska. And I'm excited to talk to you today about environmental justice and how it relates to our work in the toxic space and how we can be addressing environmental justice better in our work. So here's what I'm going to talk about today. First, I'd like to talk about the history of environmental justice and how intimately it's connected with toxic contamination. Then I'm going to give you 2 community stories, one about the Industrial Canal in New Orleans and one about San Diego Bay. And then I'm going to wrap up with some lessons learned about how we can build better partnerships to fight for environmental justice. So a really important thing about environmental justice is that at its heart, toxics and toxic exposures in our communities is really a baseline important issue to environmental justice, and striving for environmental justice is to reduce these exposures that our communities have. And the history of environmental justice and the movement and how it got started really starts at its heart with fighting toxic exposures in our community. So the moment that we all look to as the start of the environmental justice movement is in Warren County, North Carolina, and starts back in 1979 when 2 guys, Robert Burns and Robert Ward, decided that it would be a really good idea to pour 15 to 30,000 gallons of PCB laden oil and put them along the roadsides in 15 different counties in North Carolina so that they didn't actually have to pay to properly dispose the PCB laden oil. These guys were eventually caught. And one guy served 2.5 years in prison and the other served 1.5 years, and they were fined $200,000. And then the state of North Carolina was left holding the bag about how to clean up this PCB contamination all over North Carolina. So the state had 2 different options. One, they could clean up the contaminated soil and truck it to a federal facility in Alabama, which would cost $12 million, or they could put it in a landfill in Warren County, which would cost $1 million. Warren County at the time had a low population of 16,000. 70% of those people were Black. As of the 1970 census, 40% of the residents of Warren County did not have indoor plumbing, and they had some of the lowest average incomes of all of North Carolina. So unsurprisingly, the state said, "Hey, we're gonna keep this. We're gonna build this landfill here in Warren County." And what it launched was actually the biggest act of civil disobedience since the civil rights movement. Over the course of 6 weeks, people laid in front of 10,000 trucks loaded with PCBs. 550 people were arrested. Ultimately, the community advocates lost, and the landfill was built. They buried 60,000 tons of contaminated soil in this landfill, which was only like 7 feet away from the groundwater. Shockingly, we knew there were going to be problems with this. Several years later, the governor said, yeah, we'll eventually detoxify this landfill in this area. And in 1999, they started to clean the landfill up with an initial investment of $8 million. And it also ultimately cost the state $25 million to clean up this contaminated landfill in Warren County. But what they haven't actually put a number to is the cost of the exposure of the community in Warren County to this toxics, how many lives were lost, how much health was ruined, what their quality of life was like and their property values. And this was really kind of the igniting moment for the environmental justice movement. Following this was the seminal paper that also helped launch the environmental justice movement called Toxic Waste and Race. And this was, the report was a result of 2 studies that looked to the extent of which people are exposed to hazardous waste in their communities, both in commercial hazardous waste facilities and then unregulated toxic waste sites, and trying to determine if environmental risks are borne evenly across the population. Spoiler alert, they're not. And if they weren't, what most closely correlates to where these sites are located? So this report was spearheaded by Executive Director Ben Chavis. Charles Lee was the main author of the report, and Vernice Miller-Travis did a lot of the data compilation and map creating, which at the time in 1987, based on the accessibility of data and information and the mapping programs, this was a Herculean effort to bring this information, to gather this information, to get it from the state agencies, to bring it to light, and to actually put it together in a statistically sound analysis. And what this toxic waste and race concluded is race was the most significant variable among all the variables tested, education and poverty level, about where these commercial sites were located, and it's consistent across the nation. Some of the other things that they found out was that in communities with 1 commercial hazardous waste facility, the minority population was twice the average in communities that didn't have it. And for uncontrolled toxic waste site, 3 out of every 5 Black and Hispanic Americans lived in communities with uncontrolled toxic waste site. Also, approximately half of all Asian Pacific Islanders and American Indians lived in the communities with uncontrolled toxic waste sites. And those were quotes from the paper. So following that, in 1991, there was the first People of Color Environmental Leadership Conference. And out of this conference, came together these 17 principles of environmental justice. And I have included here, one of the principles actually talks about toxics. And it says, a principle bedrock of environmental justice is reducing toxic and hazardous waste and radioactive materials, to stop producing them, to stop bringing them into our communities, and to hold the producers strictly accountable to detoxify the contamination. It's hold the producers strictly accountable, not our states, not the taxpayers, but the people who are contaminating our communities are the ones who should be responsible for cleaning them up. The 1994 saw Executive Order 12898, which is our environmental justice order that's effective today. And basically, President Clinton said, go do environmental justice, which was, hey, federal agencies address disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects. And we have to look at, environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, gender, such and such. The problem with this, so this was a great idea. The problem is how it's been implemented since 1994. And really, we see a number of problems here. What it should be is, if you're doing a project, you look and see what the community is, see how the community is already burdened, see what the project is going to do, what impacts the project will uniquely have on this community. And is it different from other communities that maybe look different or richer or different racial makeup than this community? And then if there are differences, you should be doing things to mitigate those harms, reduce the harm, maybe even object to the project or redesign the project so that we're not creating more harm for our community. This also is really pretty forward-looking about not creating more harm. the problems we've seen is that agencies are mischaracterizing the community. They'll look really small and say, no, we don't have any of those here. Or they see the community, or they'll call them EJ communities. Oh, we don't have an EJ community. And just a note about that term, I've heard a lot of objection to the use of the term. Nobody wants to be called, hey, we're an EJ community, to be characterized, your community characterized by what has been done unto you by polluters, by structural racism, by structural inequality. So they either don't see the community, or they look and they say, oh, we see the impacts, but they're not disproportionate. Or if they're disproportionate, we don't have to affect them, change anything, because the executive order says we should only address them as appropriate, right? So there's this big loophole in the executive order as it is. And then, at the very base, executive order isn't really enforceable. It's a guideline, right? For the agencies are supposed to do this, but you can't actually bring a lawsuit directly under the executive order. We're getting better as we move forward. Washington State's definition of environmental justice talks about addressing these disproportional impacts and eliminating harm, right? So we're actually now looking back, how do we identify vulnerable populations and how do we undo the harm that we've already done to them? And as you look at community-based definitions of environmental justice and environmental injustice, this is from the Virginia Environmental Justice Collaborative. They're talking about building health and wealth of communities of color by reducing the disproportionate impact of environmental justice and of environmental hazards, and recognizing the intersectionality here of environmental impacts, health impacts, wealth and poverty, and how if you are disproportionately burdened by pollution, you also have additional health impacts. You're having problems building community wealth, or you have low community wealth, and you're being stuck in this cycle of being overburdened and vulnerable. And then another piece here at the bottom on this definition is really talking about how environmental justice is community speaking for themselves and advocating for equitable policies and practices. And at the base of it, what does it look like? Environmental justice is injustice is my neighborhood is killing me. Everything around me, cumulative impacts of what I'm being exposed to through where I live is causing me harm and causing my community harm. So I'm going to start with a first community story of a case that I worked on in New Orleans about the Industrial Canal. So this is a picture of New Orleans waterways in the Industrial Canal. The Mississippi River is the waterway on the bottom. The one that goes up and down is the Industrial Canal. And then the one that kind of goes to the right is the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway and Mississippi River Gulf Outlet, or sometimes called the Mistergo. So the Industrial Canal basically was built to the Mississippi River below New Orleans goes to the Gulf of Mexico, but it meanders and winds like a river will do. And because in New Orleans, they wanted to get goods and ships to the Gulf of Mexico faster, they basically built this Gulf Intercoastal Waterway and the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet as a straight shot from New Orleans to the Gulf of Mexico. And the Industrial Canal connects the Mississippi River to the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet. And it was built a long time ago, and it has a lock in it. This is on the upper left-hand corner. And the lock basically is a pinch point for traffic getting through from the Mississippi River to the Mistergo. And so since 1956, the port and industries in New Orleans wanted to expand the lock so they could have more traffic. And in order to expand the lock, they would have to actually dig into this canal, dredge and widen it. And unsurprisingly, when the Army Corps was starting to do some research, environmental impact statement on the project, they did a few samples and noticed, unsurprisingly, that there were heavy metals, including PAHs, in the Industrial Canal in the sediments there. So they said, hey, we'll have to dredge this and do something with that. Interestingly, I don't know if any of you work on dredging projects in waterways, but this picture on the right, I just wanted to point out, is a terrible way to do dredging. If you notice, they've got the sediment up and it's just kind of dripping back into the water. And that's exactly the wrong kind of dredging you want to do if you're working with contaminated sediments, because what it will do is we'll just resuspend the sediments into the water column and then spread them along the bottom of the waterway. So this community right here, right next to the industrial canal, is the Lower Ninth Ward and the Holy Cross neighborhood. And they were alarmed when the Army Corps started talking about doing the lock replacement and the dredging, because what the Corps wanted to do is they wanted to put the sediments like right here in a what they call a confined aquatic disposal facility, which is like, we're just basically going to dredge these up and put them in the wetlands next to the neighborhood. And we don't really know how contaminated it is, but it's cool. We'll put it there and everything will be fine. So the community was alarmed. And a little bit more about this community. Here it is. This is a map from EJ Screen, which is a tool that EPA has made available. And you can layer different data points to compare how a community or a neighborhood compares based to the rest of the state or the rest of the country on various factors. So what I've put in here are life expectancy, heart disease, and people of color. And you can see, so red is bad. Red is like if you have the worst life expectancy, the worst percentage of heart disease, the highest number of people of color, you'll be dark red. So this community has many factors where they come out dark red or orange, meaning this is likely a vulnerable community, or some might call it an environmental justice community. So this community is already burdened. If you haven't played with EJ Screen, I highly recommend that you do it. EPA has several training programs because they just updated it to version 2.0, and you can really look at all sorts of different exposures. I'm going to use some more maps later, but I'd highly recommend you play around with this if you haven't already. So the community, this is an environmental justice issue, basically. So the community came together with several partners. The main client here was the Holy Cross Neighborhood Association, excuse me. They were the part of the neighborhood there. The woman on the left is Pam DeShiel. She was a force of nature, unfortunately passed away in 2009, but she was a really strong community leader bringing the neighborhood together. LEAN, Louisiana Environmental Action Network, is a statewide environmental group out of Baton Rouge. And what they do is they support communities that are facing local challenges, and they'll help the communities with organizing and fundraising and becoming a 501c3 nonprofit so they can get grants and connecting with lawyers and scientists. So LEAN is a great support and support group for communities that are overburdened and are facing challenges. So LEAN and Holy Cross were the clients. And in fact, Holy Cross did so much organizing that they had another organization that they created, which was Citizens Against the Widening of the Industrial Canal, or CAWIC. So they were also a community group involved here as well. I was involved with the Tulane Environmental Law Clinic. We were the lawyers. And on the right is Barry Cole, who is a scientist from Tulane, who was our sediment and contamination scientist who helped us here. So we brought a lawsuit in 2003 against the Army Corps, and we had two things that we alleged. So RCRA is our hazardous waste law, and we had basically said, hey, Army Corps, you've done your sampling here, and you know you have hazardous waste, and you don't have a plan to dispose it that's in compliance with this hazardous waste law. We said, or you can think that maybe under NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, you haven't actually done enough sampling to know where the contamination hotspots are, because with the amount of data that you have right now, you could say, hey, we're going to dig down 16 feet and whoop, there's a hotspot of mercury or tributyl tin or something like that. And then that's going to expose that hotspot of contamination to the fish, to the aquatic the benthic community, and it could be a disaster. So you need to look harder because you really have no idea what the contamination is here. And because you don't know how contaminated it is, you don't really know if it's safe to put in a confined upland disposal facility. or aquatic disposal facility. So while we're in the middle of this lawsuit, fortunately, they weren't moving forward with the work. Hurricane Katrina happened. So Hurricane Katrina, one of the devastating points about it was that the Mistergo had been dug through the wetlands to basically do a highway from New Orleans to the Gulf. And that, because those wetlands then were breaking up because of the Mistergo, it ushered Hurricane Katrina straight into New Orleans, where otherwise those wetlands would have served as a barrier to protect the city. And as you see kind of on the left-hand side where it says Lower Ninth Ward and there's blue there, that means that whole area was actually flooded by storm surge from the hurricane. And this is what it looked like after the hurricane. The foreground is the Lower Ninth Ward, and the top of the picture is the Holy Cross neighborhood. And that little kind of strip of water at the top is the Mississippi River. So as you might have remembered from news coverage, there was a barge that actually broke the levee, contributed to the levee break, and the Lower Ninth Ward. The whole area was flooded. But I'll go back, this picture, if you notice that little corner where the industrial canal meets the intercoastal waterway, which is where they were going to put this contaminated sediment, that area actually had 20 feet of highly erosional water. So one of the things that we had done after Hurricane Katrina is we had our expert Barry Cole go in and say, hey, Your Honor, this Hurricane Katrina proves how the Army Corps hasn't really thought this through, because if they had done what they wanted to do, we would now have contaminated sediment spread all over the Lower Ninth Ward, all over Holy Cross, all over the side of New Orleans. And fortunately, the judge agreed with us. So the judge sent the Army Corps back to actually do a supplemental environmental impact statement. They actually had to take core samples this time to see where the contamination was. And we celebrated our victory of stopping this terrible project. And then we had to bring another lawsuit because unsurprisingly, the Army Corps came back and said, hey, we've done some more sampling and we still want to do this. So here is the industrial canal, and I've zoomed out so you can see the comparison between the Mississippi River, which is the winding river in the middle, and the Mistergo, which is the straight shot to the Gulf. What happened after Hurricane Katrina was that in New Orleans, they had thought, like, this was terrible that we have the Mistergo, which it's great for navigation, but it's tearing up our wetlands. And we really need to let this silt in so that we don't have another highway for a hurricane straight into New Orleans. So it used to be for deep draft navigation, but after Katrina, there was a policy put in place that they weren't going to dredge this for deep draft anymore. They were going to let it silt in, and it was just going to be for shallow draft traffic. Well, when the Army Corps came back, they decided that they wanted to dredge the industrial canal for deep draft traffic. And so we brought another lawsuit saying that doesn't make any sense, because now that's basically a canal to nowhere. You can't go anywhere other than being in the industrial canal, because the Mistergo is going to be silted in. And surprisingly, we won that lawsuit again. The federal district judge said, this is a bridge to nowhere. You shouldn't spend federal money on this. Go back and see and make another plan. So, and part of the reason we brought this argument was that the deeper they dredged, the more contaminated sediment they would have. And so we were also trying to limit the impact on the community by limiting the amount of dredging. So as we say, no, our victories are temporary and our losses are permanent. Fast forward to 2017, they come back and proposing another smaller, shallower lock, but the Army Corps is still moving forward with this project. Okay, community story number 2. This one is about San Diego Bay and the shipyards cleanup. So here is San Diego Bay, and here are the shipyards. In 2001, the Regional Water Quality Control Board started doing some sampling, and they found that the sediment is contaminated with a bunch of heavy metals and contaminants. Unsurprisingly, because in the good old days, the shipyards used to just dump things over the side. And in fact, my father-in-law was a shipbuilder in New Orleans, and he would tell stories about in the 60s, 70s, they would, before the environmental laws were in place, they're just like, hey, what do we do with this extra paint? Just dump it over the side. So we knew that these shipyards were going to be pretty contaminated and that they were impacting what fish, wildlife, and the uses of the bay, the health of the bay. And there were a lot of people who were potentially responsible. We had multiple shipbuilders who are primarily defense contractors, building the big, the big warships, the Navy, the energy company, the port, and the city. This was a big undertaking of trying to figure out how we were going to clean this up. So this is the neighborhood that's nearby the shipyards. This is Barrio Logan. This is another map from EJ Screen, and it shows the hazardous waste proximity, which is the highest 95th to 100th percentile based on the rest of the nation. The part of this graph of this map that's actually has no color is the naval base. So there's unsurprisingly no data for that. For diesel particulate matter, again, this community is a 95th to 100th percentile. And there's a very strong Latino community in Barrio Logan. And so their linguistic isolation is extremely high from the 95th to the 100th percentile. And they are directly adjacent to the shipyards and the contamination and where the cleanup would be. So the partners that were involved here, Environmental Health Coalition is a strong community-based environmental justice group that has been in the community for decades and really has an amazing structure. If you're actually interested in an environmental group interested in trying to figure out how to do environmental justice in a meaningful way, Environmental Health Coalition has been doing it right for a long time. They have programs about community leaders and programs where leaders go out, they're trained how to be community advocates and organizers. And they go out in their own communities and they decide what the group is going to be working on. And it's really an amazing organization. And then there were support organizations, including San Diego Coastkeeper, which I was an attorney for, and Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, which also provided some attorney support. And then we had McDonald Environmental Sciences, which was our engineers from Canada who came and helped us with the contaminated sediment issues. So for a cleanup of San Diego Bay, they were considering multiple options. The first one is called natural attenuation. If anybody's heard of this, it's a trick. Natural attenuation is basically a fancy name to say do nothing. If we leave it there long enough, eventually it'll go away. The pollution will go away. That's a joke. Always oppose natural attenuation. The second option for in-water cleanups is a cap. So that would be leaving the contaminated sediment where it is and then like putting stuff on it to hopefully keep the sediment where it is. There's a lot of evidence that caps fail, and we have had other caps in San Diego Bay fail before. And then there's dredging, which is the idea behind it is to permanently remove the contamination from the waterway. But there is some risk as you are removing the contaminated sediment of resuspending some of the sediment. So there are important precautions that you would have to take to make sure that the contaminated sediment, for example, stays in the bucket and that it doesn't spread to other areas of the waterway. So the question here in San Diego was, how clean should we get it? Because if it doesn't have to be that clean, natural attenuation might make sense financially. And if you want to get it more clean, like different cleanup methods have different outcomes for water quality. And so really what we look at is we have an impaired waterway. This is getting into a little bit of Clean Water Act lingo, which means that the waterway is not meeting the designated uses. Designated uses are basically what the state determines the water should be used for. And there's lots of different things our waters can be used for. The baseline is usually boating and aquatic life, like those are mussels right there. But obviously you need your water cleaner if you want to drink from it or swim from it than you do if you want to boat in it. And then there are special requirements or considerations if you're going to eat the fish from the waterway. An important thing to note is that when the state is deciding what use of water should have, all existing uses should be designated uses. So a state will usually go through what's called a triennial review, which it looks at all its waterways and its designated uses and decide if those are correct. And one thing that community groups can do is look at a waterway that you're interested in and make sure the designated uses are proper. And for example, if you see something that's designated for, boating and for fish, wildlife, but not for swimming, but that's a swimming hole, you could submit comments and say, hey, swimming has to be a designated use because it's an actual use. And so instead of just saying, don't swim here, you need to clean up the waterways because this is how we use it. So the question, this came into play in San Diego because the community groups were saying people eat fish out of here. And the last report that they had, or study that was done in 1990, and didn't really look at whether people were eating the fish. It just looked at kind of fish contamination. And the shipyards, of course, were saying, nobody eats fish. It's not a big deal. You don't get that much contamination from a fillet. So one thing that was really amazing that happened here, and this is a picture of Filipino fish stew. So if you notice, a Filipino fish stew looks different than a traditional British fish fry, where you have a fillet, you've taken the skin off, you're not using the head or the tails. So different cultural dishes prepare the fish differently and therefore have different exposures. So what the Environmental Health Coalition did is they did a survey. They said, we think there's contamination here, and we're going to show you. We're actually going to go out and talk to people on the bay and to see if people eat the fish and who is eating the fish and how they're preparing it. So they went out, they talked to 109 fishers. So there's a map of where they looked. So the Convention Center, the Pepper Park, and the Chula Vista Pier. And the shipyards are right in the middle, Southwest Marine and NASCO, and the Naval Station. So they went out actually on these piers and they talked to people, and they took translators, and they just asked people how often they come, how do they identify ethnically? Do they feed this to their kids? How do they prepare it? So out of 109 fishers, they found they were primarily Latino and Filipino, although the Filipino fishers were more likely to come daily or weekly, and the Latino fishers came less frequently. They found that more than half of people eat what they catch, and almost all the people who came, almost 80%, had children, and half of those people gave fish to their kids to eat. So conclusions that came out of this study was that subsistence fishing really is happening in San Diego Bay, that there are common cultural cooking methods that could lead to increase in the pollution exposure. And so they said that cleanup needs to happen to background levels. You need to clean this whole thing up because this contamination really affects people's health. And we also need to do some outreach to fishers to warn them of pollution. So one immediate thing that happened, this is a warning sign that they were able to put up on San Diego Bay at these piers. And it's written in English, Spanish, Tagalog, and Vietnamese. And it was put up by the County Department of Health and the port. And it basically says, warning, fish from the bay contain chemicals believed to cause cancer and birth defects, and then has a listing of how much you should eat per month and then where you can get more information. So that was a great public health outreach that came out of this, but also it became really important in the cleanup to say, this is important. You can't just natural attenuate this or do a cap that's not going to work. You really need to clean this up. So the Regional Water Quality Control Board decided that they were going to propose a cleanup and a dredging. And it was a really interesting process because this wasn't a lawsuit. This isn't a Superfund cleanup. This was a local Regional Water Quality Control Board cleanup. And they actually had to split their staff in two. They had a cleanup team that was deciding what the cleanup should look like. And then they had half of the other staff supported the Water Quality Control Board, which was an appointed board of people who were not lawyers or scientists. Usually we had like a fisherman and a businessman and a farmer on the board, and they were basically deciding this cleanup. And one of the things that they decided immediately was like, hey, it's not economically feasible to clean this up to background. So of course, these massive defense contractors, BAE and NASCO, were like, oh, it's too expensive for us to clean up what we've polluted. We need to clean up something less. So they had this whole proposed study area. And instead of just dredging the whole thing until it was clean, they did this voodoo math of like, if we clean up the dirtiest parts of it and get that really clean, then the other parts can still be dirty and it'll all average out to be okay. Which was just kind of a nightmare headache. But on the one hand, it was great that we were getting some dredging. On the other hand, the dredging was just a mess. The plan was a mess, and it was clearly tilted towards having these defense contractors get out of this with spending as little money as possible. So the process was extremely time consuming and awful. First, we had discovery, which is normally what you would get in a lawsuit, except they waived all the normal limitations for discovery. So normally you would be able to ask each party like 30 written questions and like 30 requests for documents, and a limited number of depositions. We, as San Diego Coastkeeper and Environmental Health Coalition, received 840 discovery requests from the shipyards, which was just at that point, it was harassment, very, very clearly harassment. We had depositions. Every single person from the cleanup team was deposed. All the experts were deposed. Both women from the Environmental Health Coalition, who are the main authors of the fish study, were deposed for 8 hours apiece. It was ridiculous. They were asking, one of the women went to college for performing arts, and she played saxophone, and they probably talked for 20 minutes about her saxophone playing. It was just complete harassment. So after discovery, then we submitted expert testimony. The other side moved to exclude our expert, so then we had to respond to that, which was 40 pages of testimony. We submitted our written testimony, which was 150 pages, talking about why they should clean up to background, how they got it wrong when they said it wasn't economically feasible. Another thing that they tried to do was the cleanup. They wanted to do one dredging pass, like we're going to scoop it one time, and then we're going to test how contaminated it is. And we have like a contamination amount we want to get, but then there's a different standard for whether or not we're going to take a second pass with the dredger. And the way that they did the math on that, for mercury contamination, they would not have to they could make 0 passes with the dredger, and the mercury would meet the standard for not having to do a second pass. So it didn't make any sense. We tried to get them to make the standards tighter and more protective. And on the other side, the shipyards were still arguing for natural attenuation. We had a 4-day formal hearing with testimony of all the experts and cross-examination. Then we had a public hearing, which was totally wild, because I don't know if you've ever been in one of these extremely contested hearings with corporate interests that have a lot of employees, but the shipyards bust in employees of the shipyards, and they were all wearing green shirts, and they said, save our jobs. And we bust in community members, and they were all wearing blue shirts, and they said, protect our waterways, protect our health. And that hearing lasted multiple hours. And then of course we had post-hearing written briefs. So this just to say that this couldn't be done by an environmental group or community group by themselves. You had to have lawyers, you had to have experts. This was just really intense and resource intensive process. And from discovery to the post-written briefing, it was probably 1.5 years. It was a lot of time. In 2012, we actually got a cleanup order. Yay! They actually had to dredge the sediments. They had to do some under pier remediation, and then they had to test afterwards 1 year and 5 years to make sure that it was still clean. And after they had this cleanup and abatement order, there was a community outreach plan that was supposed to be one of the pieces of the cleanup and abatement order. The state agency said, you need to figure out how you're going to involve the community and let them know what's happening and take feedback from the community. And I reviewed the initial plan, and it was basically a mess written by an engineer. So we had to work that out too. I'm going to move on to lessons learned, because I see that I'm coming up on my time. Number one, this work is important for environmental justice. trying to reduce toxic exposures is the heart of environmental justice. So your work is important and keep doing it. I know it's hard, but this is, whether you know it or not, this is environmental justice work. Community voices need to be heard in the toxic space. State agencies are often balancing strong pressures from industry to not clean up and not spend money. So they need the communities to be heard, to hear your voice. And partnerships are critical, but the communities have to lead. The community leads with their voice. We need scientists, we need lawyers, we need comms experts, we need non-community-based environmental groups, but we need to be thinking thoughtfully about how community voices are leading. Also beware of those who try to use environmental justice to actually undercut progress. One of the things that we saw in the San Diego Bay cleanup is they're like, oh, we should actually clean up less, because if we have more sediment, then it's going to be more trucks going through the neighborhood. And so it's actually better for the community if we don't clean up as much. All other times you'll see community corporations actually set up their own, what we call astroturf groups that are funded by the corporations themselves and kind of pretend to be a community group, but aren't. So just beware of those tactics happening. Also, this is a marathon, not a sprint. These things take decades. So we have to think thoughtfully about long-term partnerships, long-term funding, long-term strategy. And then I'll also say, actually, it's a triathlon, not a sprint, because we're doing so many things here. It's not just running, right? We're swimming, biking, and running. It takes a lot longer than just a marathon. We have to be doing community outreach. We have to be looking at what the sampling is. We've got to be working with experts. There might be a formal proceedings, a lawsuit, a hearing, something like that. But keep going, because we can do it, because at the end there are victories to be had if we all work together. And with that, I'll close out, and I'm happy to hear any questions.
Great, thank you, Jill, for that talk. I have one question that came in via chat, and this is from Patty Martin. So two parts. First part, can identifying environmental injustice impacts stop a proposed project? Yeah, I'll just let you answer that before I ask the second.
Yeah, I mean, I would say hypothetically, it doesn't happen often, but actually that was one of the things on the Dakota Access Pipeline. One of the pieces of the lawsuit was that they hadn't looked at the impacts of an oil spill on the water and the communities downstream. And so the court found that convincing and actually kicked that project back because of environmental justice issues. Other than that, the law is terrible. Most courts say like, oh, you said the words environmental justice and check the box. That's good enough, because you don't really have to do it. If you do it, we'll give you a gold star. We're working right now to try to get better standards. So the Biden administration is working on that. The CEQ is working on having better standards for environmental justice under NEPA. The NEJEC that I'm working on their NEPA work group to try to help make those standards happen. But mostly, I mean, it's possible, but it hasn't happened much yet.
Okay, so you've ventured into the answer for the second part, but what laws allow decisions to be made based on EJ impacts?
Yeah, so it should be NEPA, right? So NEPA should say, NEPA requires a look before you leap. So you can, as long as you assess the impacts and look at them, you can still go forward and make a terrible decision. So NEPA is the worst law. Some states now are, like New Jersey has an environmental justice law that's looking at cumulative impacts and is actually trying to build up an agency's ability to reject a permit for environmental justice impacts. New York now has an environmental rights amendment that hypothetically could be used to stop a project because of environmental justice impacts, but it's really a developing area. And then I'll just mention Title VI is a way that you could bring a civil rights lawsuit against harm, saying we're disproportionately impacted, and try to get that kicked off as well.
Great, thank you, Jill. So we have some raised hands, and I'll go to Monica right now. So can someone unmute Monica? and then she can ask
I
directly.
believe I just unmuted myself. Thank you for taking my question. Wow, Jill, what a great presentation. I used to live in San Diego and I used to live in Richmond, California, so I can relate to what you're saying regarding shipyards. Yet I now live in Washington State and I'm with a group, grassroots, called Snoqualmie Community Action Network. And we have been for 5 years now working on an old mill site by Weyerhaeuser that dumped tons of gallons of PCB oil, creosote, solvents, toxic coal dust, coolants on the ground right next to the Snoqualmie River, which flows into the Puget Sound and Snoqualmie watershed, and it's very toxic. The community, which was once just a small rural community, is now more upscale due to new development. However, Weyerhaeuser sold off the land without cleaning it up. It was designated as a brown site back in the 80s. It was in operation for close to 100 years and very, very contaminated, yet EPA passed it over to DOE in the 80s and DOE did nothing. Weyerhaeuser sold the land and now it's up for development. We actually, my group has appealed the final environmental impact statement. We do have experts that have testified. None of our concerns were addressed by the developer. Our public hearing is next Wednesday and our appeal hearing with a hearing examiner is April 4th. So my question to you, because so much of what you said is similar to what we're dealing with, although we have not had the luck you've had, and unfortunately we have not been able to find any strong environmental groups in the King County area that want to get involved. Evidently, Weyerhaeuser, is somewhat of a powerhouse, and I do not know if that's partly an intimidation factor or what the reasoning is behind that. But here we are, our little grassroots organization and community members who are also very concerned about the groundwater being already contaminated, which the city depends solely on groundwater. If we lose in this appeal hearing, because many believe the hearing examiner was hand-selected by the city and it's already a shoo-in, the city backs the program, the mayor has had his hand in the cookie jar for 12 years on this development. If we lose, what's the next step? I mean, is this a done deal? Our biggest concern is DOE did finally get involved and they assessed the site as a level 1 for contamination, yet they have not finished their sampling or assessment. And they have told me that they have no jurisdiction to stop the development if it's approved in the next few months. And all of that PCB contaminated soil is going to be disturbed and flow into the river and the drinking water. It's such a mess, and we just really don't know what we could do. And unfortunately, we have very limited funds. Any suggestions?
Yeah, I mean, I think once NEPA is great, EIS is, but it just gets more, it doesn't really stop things. It just does more research, right? More sampling. I think, if you have water issues and you lose, like the best thing to do is to start sampling the water and be on top of that. Because if you have a water contamination issue, you might have a Clean Water Act suit, or you might have some other type of avenue to look at. And if you're working with lawyers, they can probably help you kind of game that out. But then really to stop most of this, you have to get politics involved, right? So much, you said like the mayor's paid off and this guy, trying to change the internal politics of it. Can you get somebody elected locally who's going to help push back? Those are things I would think about when you come to an end on some of the legal things you're working on.
Great, thanks for that, Jill. So I'm just going to remind everyone, people may have joined late, but we're answering questions that come through the question and answer box at the bottom in the menu bar there. Or if you want to raise your hand, we can unmute you and you can ask directly, but we want to keep these questions brief because our time is limited. So I'm going to go to question and answer now. And the first one is from A. Makoro Powell. How does a Washington-based Region 10 community work with Earth Justice? What is that process and how much does it cost? Or are there pro bono options?
Yeah, we represent free. When we take a case, we represent a community for free. So the way you do it, we have an intake process that goes case by case on an office by office basis. So our Pacific Northwest office, Kristen Boyles is leading that office, and you could reach out to her. We have like an intake piece on our website that you can just go to General Earth Justice and that'll shoot that to her. But we take cases depending on what our resources are, and the community groups that we're working with. But Earth Justice is a great group, and if you can work with us, we love working with communities on this stuff.
Great, that's good to know. So this is a second piece of the question. This might be more for the facilitators of this event today. Do Washington and Oregon have a list of water quality boards?
So California is structured differently than most states. Because California is so big, they have 9 regional water quality control boards. Most states will have one, like Department of Environmental Conservation, or I know we've got Millie coming from the state of Washington today talking later. So she can talk a little bit more about how Washington state works, but each state is structured a little differently.
Great, and then a final piece from A. Makoro Powell. How can we get university teams that are putting monitors in EJ communities, but fail to meaningfully communicate what exactly they're doing and with whom? It feels like health department and universities will partner together for data, but they don't always include the community voices and meaningful involvement piece you mentioned. Do you have any insight on how to get them to be accountable? I personally have emailed multiple times to scientists doing research and received no response.
Yeah, that's a really important point about partnerships. I would point you to Dr. Jacoby Wilson at University of Maryland, who is a leader on in community involvement in local scientific collection and community data collection. And there are actually whole national organizations about community science, and there are standards for that. And I have seen scientists do an amazing job working with the community, and scientists really being at odds with the community. And so I think here, if we can encourage our universities at a department level, like let's do some training about what it looks like to meaningfully involve the community as we design our science. I think that would be a great starting point.
What is that doctor's name?
His name is Jacoby Wilson, S-A-C-O-B-Y, Wilson. He's with the University of Maryland, and he also has sat for many years on the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council.
Sorry, thank you for that. The next question, the next raised hand is from Doris Weller. So Doris, do you want to unmute yourself? Doris, are you muted?
Okay. Hi, mine's a little bit long too, sorry. But in Linton, a neighborhood of Portland, immediately adjacent to the Willamette River, located on liquefiable soils, is 90% of all the fuel sources for the entire region. Recent and past studies, the latest one done by the county, have shown that the risks are high, in fact, catastrophic levels. In fact, this would be the largest spill we've ever experienced in the US. So there's not only the fire, there's explosions and the contamination of the Willamette River, the Columbia River, and eventually the ocean. And our biggest risk, of course, of the Cascadia subduction zone earthquake, but there's also 3 fault lines located, 1 underneath and 2 adjacent right to these tanks. They're at the water's edge. Industry has been very slow or non-existent to offer any responses. DEQ's answer is, we'll fix it when the problem happens, a little too late. Anyway, what can we do as a community? And after actually the subduction zone earthquake, there'll be absolutely no fuel for rescue and rebuilding. Keep your gas tanks full here in Portland. So what can we do as communities to address this problem? I mean, it seems like industry is really not being cooperative at all.
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that actually I've worked on. So, post Katrina, there were lots of problems with above ground storage tanks in New Orleans. Same thing with Superstorm Sandy in New York City. So we, the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, put a work group together, and we created a document, an advisory document that talked about industrial waterfront areas and environmental justice, and kind of the good, the bad, and the ugly, things that communities and local governments can and should be doing to protect communities from, above ground storage tanks and things like that. So that would be a first start. And then I would think also, if you haven't already been doing it, starting to create awareness of this, going to city council, doing an op-ed, really creating awareness. And then also not only having awareness of the issue, but having an ask, like, what would you want to have done better? Do they need safety? Do we need OSHA in their check? Like, do we need somebody checking them out? Do you want somebody from EPA coming to look at them? Do we want an long-term plan to move them somewhere else? So I think gaming that out, but also looking at that resource, which I can send to the organizers after I get off this call, would be a great first steps.
Great. So the next question comes from an anonymous attendee. Could you discuss ways that clinicians can take a greater role in environmental health protection, especially in the face of known hazards? In lawsuits where communities have suffered from continued health effects of pollutants or lack of protection, are clinicians or public health professionals needed to testify?
Yeah, this is so important, and a real community that hasn't been involved as much as we would like in the big tent of kind of environmental justice work. We started doing a little bit of that with having nurses be involved in nurse groups, involved when I was in the Chesapeake Bay area, of trying to get nurses to do advocacy. Why what was happening, the proposed policies were good or bad for public health. And here locally in Buffalo, I've been dealing a lot with toxic lead exposures, and there clinicians are so important to explain what's happening when children are exposed to lead, the long-term effects. It's one thing I could say as a lawyer, but if I have a doctor, a nurse, public health professional really talking about this, those partnerships are invaluable. So I think if you're involved in a whether it's a doctor's, nurse, whatever, public health group, and trying to connect with Earth Justice or with other environmental groups about how can we partner, it's definitely underutilized, and we should be doing it more because clinician viewpoint is extremely valuable.
Thank you. The next question is from Lynn Nelson. Beyond the Save Our Jobs drama at the San Diego hearing, did workers or labor unions play any role, either opposing your efforts or building coalition efforts?
Yeah, it was interesting because they said save our jobs, but a lot of people who got up there said, we want the Bay clean too. They said, we want our jobs, but we want our Bay clean too. And one of the things that we did more broadly in San Diego was to try to build coalition with the labor leaders and labor organizers. We did that in a not toxic related, but we were trying to get water reuse happening in San Diego because of the water supply issues that we had. And we built a coalition across industry and environmental groups and labor to really come together on that one issue. And that actually led to longer term relationship building and longer term partnerships. So when I was at San Diego Coastkeeper, we actually had a labor leader on our board. So we're really starting to try to build those longer term relationships so we can come up with win-wins instead of having it be the jobs versus environment over and over again.
Thank you. So 2 questions have come in from Lindsay Wood. Have you been involved in any specific tort cases regarding environmental pollution from large industrial companies?
Yeah, I haven't done tort work. We normally do like enforcement, so Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, solid waste, that kind of stuff. So I haven't done that, but I'm familiar with the folks who do that work, and it is extremely important.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this second question is as relevant, but it says, if you have been involved in tort cases, did you collaborate with any epidemiologists to support the argument for industrial harm on the health of communities?
Yeah, I haven't done that, but I think, epidemiology again is another, we could always use more scientists and public health experts to support our work. And I think one of the barriers is that figuring out who we can talk to. And then I think for some, community groups, like finding money to pay people, because we know we have to pay people for work. So getting the folks who fund us, whether it's, foundations or our, members, to invest in the community so we can invest in partnerships like that and bringing in epidemiologists on that kind of work. I know tort is a little different, right? Because the lawyers are trying to make a bunch of money from this as well. And so then they might have a bigger pool of money to work with epidemiologists. But I see that, I'm working on PFAS issues, which I think you're going to hear about later, and, hearing about that and having that information would be really helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so the last question that I see is from an anonymous attendee. And it says, on the subject of public health professionals needed to support litigation, has Earth Justice considered having permanent public health professionals on their team?
That is a great question. And I don't know if at the leadership side that we do have staff scientists now that we've brought in. So our toxic exposure and health group has a staff scientist, and our sustainable food and farming has a staff scientist. So for example, on PFAS, New York is actually trying to have guidance values for discharges of toxic forever chemicals, two of the PFAS, PFOA and PFOS. And we had our staff scientist weigh in on she could read the studies, the public health studies, and actually summarize those in our comments about the impacts of PFAS on human health and on the environment. So that was really helpful. And I think, as Earth Justice grows, we've had tremendous growth over the past several years. I would love to see us having public health professionals on staff.
Great. And I think there's time for one last question. And Heather Trim has her hand up. So Heather,
well, maybe I have the perfect last question. Thank you, Jill. That was very, very interesting. Really interesting to see those stories. Heather Trim with Zero Waste Washington. I did work for the Water Quality Control Board in LA, and it is very different than ecology here, because it's at least an independent board to some degree. My question is this: I've been mulling over the statement you made, which is, I can't paraphrase it exactly, but basically, we have our victories for a short time, but then it always comes back, and that is certainly the case. But one thing that would mitigate that is if the agencies actually enforce the laws, because then they wouldn't be able to pollute more. That would be one thing. But what I'm wondering is, what would be your dream policy change, probably at the federal level, but maybe at state level, of so that we don't have to keep coming back? In other words, things can be more permanent. What would be your dream policy change you'd like to see?
Yeah, I'm going to take two. I would say first, from a toxic standpoint, implementation of the precautionary principle, right? Stop letting us put toxic things into the environment unless you know it's safe to do so. That means you can't put any more PFAS in unless you know how to measure it and you know what the effect of the PFAS would be on people and on the environment. Don't approve these things. It's like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We're all now working on cleaning up toxic hazards that in many cases are legacy. So at the very first thing, let's not put anything else into the environment. And on the second piece, from a Clean Water Act side, because I'm a Clean Water Act nerd, I would love us to actually try to achieve the goal of the Clean Water Act, which was to stop pollution into our waterways by 1985. If we actually looked at technology and ramped up our technology so we could stop putting pollution into our waterways, toxic chemicals into our waterways, I think that would make a huge world of difference from the water contamination side.
excellent. So I think that's the end of the session. And I will pass it over to BJ.
Thank you so much. So we're going to take another short break. We're going to reconvene at 11:35. So we've got about, what does that look like? About 8 minutes. And I'm also going to put in the chat for everyone the entire schedule for the day in case you are looking for that. At 11:35, we're going to hear from Denise Travick-Pointer talking about PFAS, which we've just been mentioning. So we'll see you back here in about 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hello, if you're just now joining us, we are taking a short break between speakers, and we will be starting back up again in just a few minutes with Denise Trabick-Pointer from Sierra Club, Michigan on PFAS, hazards, presence, and remediation. See you in a couple minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to go on to our next speaker. Before we do, I'm going to ask Lisa to once again give you a quick Zoom Q&A talk. And following this speaker, we will be taking a lunch break, during which time we'll also be treating you to a short video. But for now, Lisa, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. Ready. So I just wanted to remind everybody that we're going to be collecting questions in the question and answer box at the bottom in the menu bar, or you might have it in the side if you have a different Zoom version. We can also manage questions that come with a raised hand. You can unmute and you can ask directly. And we're going to save the chat for resources from the panelists. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Darlene, are you ready to introduce Denise?
I am. Do that. Well, again, I have the pleasure of introducing a speaker. Denise Trabick-Pointer is a certified hazardous Materials Manager Emeritus with 42 years with DuPont and a spin-off company, Axalta Coating Systems. More than 32 years of this was as a health and environmental career professional. Denise retired in January 2019. She is a chemical engineer by education with a Bachelor of Science from the University of Findlay and a Master's of Science from Wayne State University. Her degrees are in hazardous materials management and she minored in industrial hygiene. Since 2019, Denise has been the Sierra Club Michigan chapter toxics and remediation specialist. In this role, Denise performs research, community advocacy, and investigations of the impact of toxics contaminants in the environment. Her excuse me. Her presentation today will focus on what PFAS is, what the hazards are, how PFAS moves into and through the environment, and how it impacts our lives. She will include discussion of current remediation methods to remove it from the environment. And then it will be open to questions. And again, please put those questions in the Q&A. Denise, thanks so much for joining us. Really a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Darlene. Now I thank Jill for introducing my topic. It was very timely. And I want to say that I really admire and feel quite honored to be part of this and to speak in the same summit as some of the people that have spoken already. It's a real pleasure. As Darlene said, I am with the Sierra Club Michigan chapter. I am their toxics and remediation specialist. And PFAS ends up being kind of my thing. I guess with 42 years with DuPont, it probably would. So I'm going to not assume that everybody understands or knows what PFAS is. And so I want to go just through it briefly, kind of what it is and what the problems are. But it's per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances, sometimes known as C8. That's what DuPont called it because it has 8 carbons. They call it PFOA or APFO. You'll see commercials, I'm sure, where they talk about PFO-free pots and pans and things like that. Be very cautious about that because that's only one of about 9,000 PFAS compounds. So you need to know what the replacement is. PTFE, and the last one, I won't say all of it, but they also, if you watched The Devil We Know, you'll know what it is. These I highly recommend, The Devil We Know and Dark Waters, and you'll get a really full story. And the book by Robert Ballot, he is my hero, is also really excellent. So what PFAS are, we show you our molecules to show how smart, but you'll see that there's eight carbons with fluorine attached, and that's a very strong bond, and that becomes one of the issues with PFOA. There are about 5,000. There's that's a subject that's kind of up there, 5,000 to 9,000. They're human-made chemicals. They're heat-resistant, repel oil, stains, grease, water. They don't break down, and they bioaccumulate. And the two most studied are PFOA and PFOS. These are the sources of PFAS. So I guarantee you that you own something that has PFAS on it, furniture and carpet, even floss, dental floss, boxes of pizza come in, clothing. it's nifty, or at least we thought it was for a lot of years. The potential health outcomes of the two primary long chain PFOA and PFOS are really kind of extraordinary in that you think about things like lead and silica and asbestos. They impact one body organ generally. Silica and lead or in asbestos, your lungs. But PFAS does all of this. It impacts so many different things. And this specifically about the immune response. They've recently determined that PFAS in people can inhibit the immune system to the extent where things like vaccines don't work as well, including COVID vaccines. And this is especially worrisome in children. And there's a lot we don't know about the newer PFAS, and that's what really needs the study. This is just to kind of show that the limits that I talk about, the advisories and things, are supposed to be, and they should be, health-based. And when they do that, they have scientists like toxicologists and epidemiologists, and they look at animal data and they apply margins of protection for safety, and they establish different media limits, the soil, drinking water, if the soil is going to impact drinking water. And then they make these specific guidelines. And obviously there's a difference between a guideline and an actual limit. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. But the bottom line is they want it to be protective of all populations, including sensitive populations and children. There's really no meaningful federal regulations for PFAS, unfortunately, and that's forced a lot of states to do their own thing. And now we've got such a variety of states saying they've got 6 PFAS that they won't allow in drinking water, and somebody else will have 7, but none of them are the same. Many of them are, the feds do have an advisory level for the 2 PFAS, but there really isn't a lot going on from a federal standpoint. So there's a lot of promises and a lot of investigations going on, but nothing yet of substance. So what happens to PFAS in the environment? So I might have known a little bit about PFAS in the manufacturing process, but what happens in the environment is just totally different and sort of ominous, I would say. PFAS is ubiquitous, just like PCB. It's everywhere. It's persistent. It's bioaccumulative. And some PFAS will degrade and transform into others in the environment. A lot of endpoints are PFAS and PFOA. So even though they quit making those on a voluntary basis, we still see them in the environment. Many PFAS compounds are miscible in water, and therefore they're quite mobile. And when you've got persistent and mobile chemicals, that creates a cyclical problem that's depicted in this. We're going to talk about all these different sources, so I won't dwell on the diagram, but it's a real useful diagram to come back to, and it was put out by Eagle. And I forgot to mention, you'll see a lot of references here to Michigan, and that's only because I live there, and it's also partly because they are ahead of most states when it comes to investigation of PFAS and their sources. So these are some of the more prevalent facility types, industries that contribute PFAS. There's also contributions from homes, just in your daily lives. You know, if you wash some of that clothing that has a PFAS on it, it's going to put minimal amounts into the sewers. Contaminated sites, certainly. AFFF firefighting foam is a big one where it contaminates many sites, especially Department of Defense facilities and airports. All types of landfills, their leachate we're finding has PFAS in it because it breaks down just about everything that's in the landfill. And I'm talking mostly municipal type landfills, not hazardous waste landfills. And wastewater treatment plants, they're a big source because they discharge. And these are unintentional. They have no control about what they receive. So you have to keep that in mind. It's not necessarily their fault. Paper mill residues, I'll talk about a little bit as well, contribute. So what does it impact? It impacts everything. It impacts our surface waters, lakes, rivers, and it gets into fish. What we find is you might find a lake, an inland lake that has fairly low levels of PFAS in it, but you can bet that the fish has bioaccumulated and it's much higher. We're in the parts per trillion in the water, we're in the parts per billion in the fish. So it's a very important route if you fish a lot or eat a lot of seafood. Groundwater certainly, and that leads to residential and municipal drinking water wells. Soil, dermal exposures, crops. Don't think much about it, but crops will take up PFAS. And in some cases, we found that animals eat it, beef, dairy, lambs, hogs. It's in the grain, it's in the corn, it's in the silage. We're finding out just recently, as a matter of fact, that eating those things, they ingest PFAS and accumulate it. It is in the air to some extent. It's not a real volatile type chemical, but the problem becomes when people burn it or it's aerosolized or some other things, and incinerators in particular are a source. So I'm going to talk about a few case studies. Show you a map first. This is from the Environmental Working Group, and it's just kind of shows you, illustrates all the locations where there are contaminated sites of PFAS. And you see Michigan has a lot, and that's because, like I said, they're a little bit ahead of the curve. North Carolina, because that's where Parkersburg or Fayetteville, I'm sorry, is. And so they've done a lot. And then of course in the Northeast, you can't even tell it's there. So it's growing. It's a growing problem, and you're going to hear more about it, I guarantee you. Most states are starting their investigations, and I believe including several in your region. They start out with a drinking water investigation of public drinking water systems. And the most significant sources of PFAS for humans is drinking water and fish and seafood, like I mentioned. So that leads them to looking at that. And it's typical that states will find some impacted drinking water sources. You know, maybe only a couple, but out of everything, they're going to probably find somebody with a well that's above the protective limits, and they'll implement a source investigation. And these investigations, we're finding, lead to a Pandora's box of areas of concern that might be remediated, if you can remediate it. And I'm going to show some case studies that'll illustrate some of these issues. Drinking water right now has that advisory that I mentioned, the federal advisory of 70 parts per trillion, PFOA, PFOS combined. These are some states that have their own limits, and that includes Michigan. I think Massachusetts is one of the lower, where they have 6 PFAS, and it can't be, the total of them can't be over 20 parts per trillion. So low levels. Some states use the federal drinking water guidelines, and others have developed their own. And EPA is reportedly working on setting more standard, or an actual standard, and not just an advisory. Here's some in your region. Oregon has health advisory levels, and Washington has action levels for drinking water. Alaska has adopted the federal, and as far as I know, Idaho has no regulation for PFAS in drinking water right now. So this is my case study. Michigan did a statewide, in 2018, they did a statewide testing initiative. And at the time they used the 70 parts per trillion. federal guidelines, and they did 1,744 samples, and out of that, basically 2 samples were over the 70 parts per trillion. Then in August of 2020, we established these 7 MCL, and they went back and looked again at the drinking water, and of course we had many more that were over the criteria. But I'm going to talk about one of the 2 that were from the initial testing. And that is a city called Parchment, and it's just north of Kalamazoo, where they found it in their municipal wells. They had 3 wells that's shown in this drawing that was to provide drinking water to the community. They found astronomical levels of the PFOA, PFOS in the drinking water at the entry point to the source, and they were pretty high on the other side, I'll just say. But it was primarily PFOA, PFOS, and there actually was a school very nearby, and the former Georgia Pacific Crown Vantage paper mill site and landfills were found to be the source of the PFAS in the drinking water. So what they did immediately, I'll say that I was on a conference, and the gentleman at Eagle that received the results, he said he got them 7 o'clock at night and was so alarmed by the results that he immediately drove to Parchment and carried a bunch of drinking water with him, engaged a bunch of, I think, the Boy Scouts or some local community folks, and got bottled water to people as quickly as they could. So that's generally the immediate response. They provided them with point source carbon filtration systems and coolers and bottled water. Georgia Pacific is responsible for the cleanup, and I don't know how much activity or how far they've gotten along with it, but it's a pretty big mess. Excuse me. And Eagle and Kalamazoo Health Department, they kind of oversee the activities and make sure that progress continues to be made. But you can see the groundwater movement, and you've got ones that are not impacted and a couple that are just slightly impacted. Then it's pulling the water and the contamination towards these in the red. Next one is has to do with wastewater treatment plants, and this cyclical depiction is really, in reality, I can tell you from the data that it happens. They will treat the water and discharge it, and they can't, it'll pass, PFAS passes right through their systems. They can't treat it out. So it goes into receiving surface waters or groundwater. And then the wastewater treatment plant also has biosolids that they send, and farmers use it on their crops or on their fields, and it might get onto the fields. Or they send it to an incinerator, and the incinerator really doesn't destroy it, and it's deposited on the land around the incinerator. So wastewater treatment plants, their processes, they say, it's unintentional discharge of PFAS to surface or groundwater. Again, the biosolids in the sludge, they put them on farms, fields, but they also put them on public parks, ball fields, cemeteries, plant nurseries, turf farms, and golf courses. So public places. Biosolids are often landfilled or incinerated. Paper mill residuals are a bit like biosolids because they have their own wastewater treatment plants, but they also contribute PFAS when they're landified. So this particular case scenario, or this actually is an initiative that began in Michigan also, or in 2018, pretty much parallel to the drinking water issue. They sent out a letter to 95 of the municipal wastewater treatment plants that have industrial dischargers, and I happen to be one of those that received a letter from our municipal wastewater treatment plant asking me at our plant to sample for PFAS in our discharge. So it was the initial was to identify industrial sources, to sample probable sources in their wastewater treatment discharge, and require those sources to confirm and to monitor and to ultimately mitigate the source. And I will say that we didn't find it in our sanitary discharge, so. Right. But this example, they also, so these are an example of the benefits of this kind of initiative and the progress that was made. You can see that there's, you know, going from 99 to 33%, but all of it reduced their effluent down to below or close to the water quality value. And I'm going to go back just, I want to mention that the water quality values are key in your state. If you want to stop things like wastewater treatment plants putting water with PFAS in it into surface water, you have to have PFAS water quality values. And I think the only one in Region 10 right now is Oregon. So I have to admit that I'm real close to this topic. I just do a lot of work with communities that are impacted by this. All states that have tested biosolids for PFAS have found levels of PFAS. I mean, it's just a fact. Land application of biosolids has led to PFAS contamination in soil, and that's been, Michigan has made that connection definitely, and also cattle and dairy that eat hay and grains and corn from PFAS impacted fields are being researched. Minnesota's working on an initiative, the land applied biosolid study that would test soil, pore water, surface water, groundwater, and crop uptake. Vermont's also working and actually coordinating with Stone Environmental and Niebuhr, which is the Northeast biosolids conglomerate. I'm not sure what they are, but association, I imagine. And then Maine is conducting a groundwater leaching study and has also found impacts from land applied biosolids. Maine is actually one of the states that's done a lot with us, especially with biosolids. They found milk contaminated on a Maine dairy farm, and the farmer, lost his livelihood. He can't operate anymore. And just recently, we found the same kind of issue in Michigan, only beef. They found levels of PFAS in beef from this farm. So the main experience was in 2016. Like I said, they found PFOS in particular at 210 parts per trillion in milk, which they identified the farm in Fairfield, Maine. The water tested results from that discovery detected a second PFOS impact dairy farm. So there's two of them they found in the same thing. The DAF or CF finds milk that exceeds the current threshold. The farmer must immediately cease selling milk. So going forward, I'm not aware if they found more, but if they do, they have to stop selling their milk. And recently, there's a farmer back plan for $100 million bucket of money to help tackle PFAS, because again, it's not the farmer's fault, and they're losing their livelihood because of it. In Michigan, same thing. We have a wastewater treatment plant in Wixom that had very high levels of PFAS, we found out, and the biosolids were applied to farms. And just this year, as they were completing a further investigation of the fields, they decided to test the frozen beef from that farm and found about 2.5 parts per billion of PFOS in the beef. So they immediately put out a advisory, and again, this farmer's probably going to lose his livelihood because of it. Paper mill residues are the next topic, and this topic is actually very near and dear because we lived very close to this for the past 30 years and rode our bikes and our trikes in the park that I'm going to show you. Many paper mills have historic and currently coated their products with PFAS. So that's where it comes from. And like the cardboard that I showed you in the pizza box, that's what they do. Most of them have on-site wastewater treatment plants and landfills. And so they also contribute to issues. And then they have the residuals, which similar to biosolids, they often put on nearby farms, or else they put them in compost and sell to consumers. In this case study, PFAS contaminated compost and biosolids led to significant impacts on the local community. So this is where it is. It's in Fort Gratiot, which is just north of Port Huron. The source was, there's a couple of different sources here. They found it in fields, and they learned that it was from past biosolids applications from the 1980s. And they found that there was a compost facility that was also using the same biosolids called Technicorp, and that those residuals came from a paper mill nearby. So it ended up that both of them got notices of violation for it. And I think that the compost facility is still open, but the paper mill is closed. There's also a nearby closed municipal landfill, and records indicate that they took things like crushed barrel paint, paper pulp, and things like that. The location of this is in a public park, like I mentioned, walking paths and ponds and dogs. And groundwater and residential wells were also PFAS impacted from this very same area. There were two paper mills actually in Port Huron, and both of them have closed or done papers getting ready to close. And I just think basically no one won in this scenario. So another source, and I think the final source is from landfill leachate. I mentioned there's a lot of different contaminants of concern in landfill leachate, and sometimes leaks into surface or groundwater, which is one problem. But it also ends up at wastewater treatment plants, which we've already talked through about. It passes through. And in some states, they actually allow landfill leachate to be sprayed right directly onto land. And some landfills simply just place the leachate back into the landfill. That's their answer to keeping it from going further, which is okay if they stabilize it well. So the case study was actually in New York, where community members became concerned about some landfill expansions in their area. They did a FOIA. They found out that they had very high levels of PFAS in the landfill, and all of them. They're just municipal landfills and construction and demolition landfills. So they decided to focus on 3 that were expanding. And they have guidance values that were just set up in New York. So they're just guidance values, but so they aren't really yet anything that will stop a discharge from a wastewater treatment plant, but eventually they plan to put it in their NPDES permits. Landfill leachate goes to discharges to surface water will ultimately be covered by these guidance values, and data provided for the 3 landfills all indicated results above these human health-based limits. Closed landfills are another problem. This happens to be Minnesota. We've got tons of them in Michigan as well, and New York found out that they have many inactive landfills. And so they have an initiative to start looking at that and prioritizing what they're going to do about it. But it's just in the past, farmers said, I've got room here, I can make money, I'll take your waste. And then they find out years later that these landfills have contamination. So I'm going to talk hopefully real quick here. I think I'm running out of time about treatment systems. There's pros and cons to all of them. What you'll see the most of in most states is granulated activated carbon for water treatment, drinking water, whether it's under the sink or whatever. These filtration systems are pretty good, but they are better for long chain PFAS, not so good for the short chain, and they would break through. And then the other con is that you have to either reactivate, generate, or dispose of the spent carbon. Similarly, reverse osmosis has pros and cons. It will clean up PFAS much more effectively, including short chain. The problem is it's not good for anything really other than drinking water, because any kind of fine particle plug it up very quickly. So you have to have pre-filters like nanofiltration. The reject water has to go somewhere. From a home, that's not bad. From an industry or a cleanup, then you got to deal with that. Treating water and leachate with ion exchange also has some positives and negatives. They use what they call anion exchange resins. And that shows a pretty good capacity for PFAS, but they do have a single use, but I don't recommend incinerating that. But the cons are similar to GAC, that the spent resins have to be either regenerated or disposed. And it removes 100% of the PFAS for the time that it's dictated by the choice of resin, the bed, and all that. But it generally has to be combined with other treatment systems, like granulated activated carbon. And finally, incineration. And I'm not speaking for Sierra Club here, because Sierra Club will say that you shouldn't incinerate any of it. But the fact is that it is incinerated. And there is now a way to measure to see if there is emissions of PFAS. But the concern too is atmospheric deposition, because what happens is that bond that I mentioned between fluorine and carbon is so strong that it takes very high temperatures at a sustained and at the right retention time in order for it to actually work. But what is actually happening in a lot of these incinerators is there are these incomplete combustion products of PFAS, and it ends up depositing onto land surrounding the incineration. So it's not a very effective way to destroy PFAS, unfortunately.
We're coming up.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, we're coming up on time.
Okay. Stabilization, I'll just say it seems a very crude way to keep PFAS from leaching. What they're finding out is they really do need to look at the specific chemical in PFAS specifically and see what they should be using instead of the old-fashioned lime dust to keep it from leaching out of landfills. You keep it from leaching, you keep it from the environment. There's a few evolving treatment. I have given these slides, and you'll see that's why I used a lot of words, because I intended to share it. So if anybody wants a copy. But these three technologies have pros and cons as well, but EPA is looking at them, and so is other organizations, to see how effective they are. They're good in pilot, not so good in the field yet, or not studied enough in the field. So I'll skip this and just say the main thing is to prevent it. We just need, Jill mentioned it, we need to quit making things that were like the other thing and that ends up doing the same things ultimately. The new short chains are just as bad, just as bioaccumulative. So keep it out of waste streams. Washington Ecology is implementing a law through their Safer Products Washington program. And Maine has a really good doing it legislatively. The bill for Maine is to explicitly prohibit the sale of carpets, rugs, and fabric treatments that contain intentionally added PFAS by January 2023, while the sale of any product containing intentionally added PFAS will be prohibited starting January 1st, 2030. So that's a pretty toothy legislative bill. And more states are looking at doing the same. So that's it.
Great. Thank you, Denise, so much for your work on these issues and also for the great talk you gave. So we're going to open it up for questions. We can collect questions through the Q&A box. That's sort of the preferred route. You can also raise your hand and unmute yourself when we call on you and ask your question directly. But we'll ask that we keep the questions short just for the limited time that we have. Okay, so I'll start us off. It looks like we have quite a few questions in the box. So this is from Lisa Arkin. In Oregon, many communities have been ravaged by wildfire, and firefighters need aerial applications of flame retardants to make progress to fight wildfires. What can people do about flame retardants that must be used to quench large fires, such as the fires that burned across Oregon in 2020 and 2021? Many of the forests that burned are also the sources of many municipal water systems. This is a conundrum.
Yeah, I'm not certain, but I believe I looked up what kind of material that they're using when they're putting out those fires from the planes. And I don't think it's PFAS based, but I can check and answer your question if you want to email me. I'll put my email in the chat box as well. But it is kind of it's for places like petroleum industry, and like our plant, we had millions of gallons of flammables. It's a conundrum because PFAS puts out fires really well. And there are fluorine, what you have to find, and some states are mandating the use of PFAS-free or fluorine-free firefighting foam. And there's some success, they just don't put it out as fast. So for like jet fuel and things like I'm talking about, it's not mandated yet, but eventually it will be. And the Department of Defense is actually working on trying to switch over as well. But again, on wildfires, I don't think it's PFAS based. It might be something else though.
Okay, thank you. The next question we'll take live. Denise Travick Pointer, do you want to unmute yourself to ask? Or was that the last question that we got?
Mm-hmm. That's me, I'm unmuted.
Sorry, my confusion.
That's okay, Lisa. It's time for lunch. You need the lunch.
Toggle here. Okay, this is from Doris Weller. Are ceramic coatings just another PFAS derivative?
Some are, yeah. I did a little research on that. You have to look at the company that you're going to buy it from. Some do have some PFAS in it. PTFE, you know, if you see that, don't get it. Most coatings, not I would say most, but there aren't too many coatings. Enamel, I think, is okay. You see the enamel coated type of pots and pans, or get the uncoated stainless steel. That's what I ultimately did. You know.
Yeah. Okay, the next question is from Lisa Arkin. A municipal and hospital waste incinerator in Oregon uses the leachate from ash piles to spray on the trash that will be burned. What should we know about incinerating leachate?
Well, incineration of leachate is going to be the same as what I said. PFAS, it's still going to, if PFAS is in it, or even if PCB, they also are need to be higher heat. If PFAS is in it and the temperatures and the retention times, and I would think in a medical incinerator, it's probably not hot enough to break those bonds. So it's going to be probably emitting.
Okay. So now we'll go to a live question. Stacy Valenzuela has raised her hand. Stacy, do you want to unmute yourself?
Hi.
Hi.
Stacy Valenzuela from Kenmore, Washington. My question is that we have several MOTCA sites, as well as an asphalt plant and cement plant with little testing since 2013. And most of the MOTCA is not associated in regards as holding accountable the industries that have caused it. And we have been speaking up to political leaders, our city, the EPA, PSCAA. Who else should we contact for the help to get the testing and these sites cleaned up?
Boy, that's a tough one. I kind of skipped over the slide where I mentioned polluter pays. That's really ultimately what should happen. So that would be the companies that originally made some of these things, 3M, DuPont, Corteva, and Chemours now, who are running the plants. And even ChemGuard, who makes the AFFF and some of those manufacturers. But it's not happening quick enough. And although I think Michigan has spent a lot of money on testing, they've got their money. Certainly the taxpayers are paying for it, but infrastructure money might be a possibility now. We got some money for wastewater treatment plants in Michigan and for further testing. And so a couple of the communities that I really was fighting and pushing to get some sampling done, we finally got money this year. So that might be an option. Man, Jill probably can answer that question better than me, right? There are a lot of communities talking about legal action in order to get it from. If it's a landfill, they're probably going to know who the potentially responsible parties are, and if it can be part of a Part 2 or like a Superfund site, just push on these Superfund sites to include PFAS in their testing, because sometimes they don't even know it's there. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Thanks, Denise. The next question is from Robbie Mantooth. Do you know if the cleanup process for PFAS has been investigated as a possibility for removing the chemical on tires from water that is killing coho salmon?
Yeah, when you were talking about salmon earlier, I thought about that. I've only delved into the, the harm, the toxic aspects of it's a long name with 6 something or other. It's a very long chemical name, but it comes right off the roads and gets into our water. And I even know of a landfill that uses old tires to make their lining. So, guess what's in their leachate. So I guess, I'm sorry, I don't know really what the treatment method is for it. I know that in soil they've been digging it up here. And it's going to be a big problem too, I think. They put old tires in the water for fish to live in, so.
Yeah. Okay, so this is from Doris Weller. Would tree moss testing show PFAS contamination?
I'm sorry, what kind of testing?
Tree
Oh,
moss?
tree moss. It can. Yeah, I don't know. There's something called phytoremediation, where they actually purposefully use trees and plants to remediate PFAS and some other chemicals, TCE, because some plants will take it up, and they'll take it up through the roots. Some of them will actually absorb it through their leaves from ambient levels. So it is possible that you could find it in moss. Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay. Next question is from Nancy Rain. Not long ago, Sierra Magazine carried an article on the reuse of water, i.e. effluent, flowing out of WWTPS as being used as potable, i.e. drinking water. Is that reuse as a safe option for potable water consistent with your findings?
I know of at least one scenario where they found PFAS in the reused water. They weren't using it for drinking, but they were a lot of wastewater treatment plants, and especially when they got complexes where they got the landfill and they have the wastewater treatment plant, will spray it onto fields. So yeah, reused water is also suspicious, and certainly wouldn't use it for drinking water.
Okay, thank you. The next question, and it looks like it may be the last question, feel free to ask more. In Spokane, Washington, we have a city-run incinerator affiliated with our local residential waste disposal. Do you know if this incinerator is hot enough to break down the chemical bond of PFAS and PCB? If not, what temperature is needed to break this bond?
I'm not familiar with the Spokane one specifically. It's another one that I can look up and get back to you. But if it takes PCB waste, that would be it could be hot enough, but there's not enough testing to prove that. I think what happens is, even though it's hot enough, there's maintenance, there's things, maybe downtime when they missed a flame out or something like that. And that's when they get the products of combustion, incomplete products of combustion that might come out, because there's one, what I call a Tosca incinerator in Sauget, Illinois, I think, where they actually found PFAS deposited around it. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't have been there if you looked at just the temperatures that incinerator runs. So my guess is that it's probably emitting PFAS if it's burning. And it probably is.
Okay, great, Denise. As far as I can tell, that's all the questions, but feel free to raise a hand or add something to the chat box. We have a little bit more time if we need it. Otherwise, I'll just pass it over to BJ.
Well, thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Denise.
Thank you.
So for our audience, we're going to take what we're calling our lunch break. I know that for some of you, it's a mid-afternoon snack break. So please feel free to take that break, stretch, grab some lunch, grab a snack, make another cup of coffee. We are going to gather back here by 12:45 to premiere a new video about the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition and have a brief Q&A with a couple of the board members about the organization and what it does and perhaps what it can do for you. So please take about a 20-minute break and we'll see you back here with your lunch and your coffees and your teas at 12:45. Thanks so much. Hello, everyone. If you are just now joining us, we are just finishing up a lunch/snack break, and we will be starting up again with a video presentation and then our next speaker, Bob Martin, and we'll be starting up again in about 2 minutes. Welcome. Okay, do we have Patty and Darlene?
Yes.
Yep.
Wonderful. I will be sharing the video from here. And then when it is finished, if you could please unmute yourself and turn on your video so that we can take some questions. Here we go. So I'm very pleased to get to share with you a new video that the University of Washington Superfund Research Program assisted the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition in producing about their work. I need to share my screen, and sometimes video is a little clunky over Zoom, so apologies in advance if it's not perfectly smooth. The production quality is actually quite wonderful, but Zoom can mess with that. So give me just one moment and we will begin.
It was a pristine area. You can come outside in the middle of the night and take a big deep breath and you got nothing but fresh air. Now if you come out at night, you're liable to get a big breath of fectal dust.
We can't open our windows at night because of that dirt that just comes wafting in and stink. You can just see this massive particles going through the air, just massive. It's full of urine, it's full of manure, it's full of antibiotics, it's full of pharmaceuticals, whatever it takes to raise those cows.
One of the problems for concentrated animal feeding operations is that they have so many animals in such a small area, and the animals produce such a large amount of waste that the farmers have a hard time of disposing of that waste. In the past, farmers have put way too much manure on the land, more manure than the crops could use for fertilizer. And that excess manure leached down to the groundwater, and now we have polluted groundwater in the lower Yakima Valley.
So what you're looking at now is a picture of the data centers that are here in Quincy. There's over 300 locomotive-sized diesel generators permitted to operate in our community. Diesel's the #1 toxic of concern because it's not just one individual compound, it's a plethora of them, right? There's PAHs, VOCs, the greenhouse gases of nitrogen oxides, particulate, PM2.5, black carbon, which is emitted when there's cold starts. Carbon black has the greatest greenhouse potential of all of the greenhouse gases. You know, it's called the cloud, and it seems like an appropriate title for the emissions, doesn't it? We had to fight to get controls on these data centers. There were no air pollution controls when they first came in, and there was no limit on the number of hours that these data centers could operate when they first came in.
This is the Superfund site. It's polluted with PCBs, with DDTs, with PAHs, dioxins, and several other really dangerous chemicals.
A lot of the historic contamination of the river came from agricultural upstream, and clear on through Corvallis and the Willamette Valley would flow to this river. The problem is that you end up with a nitrogen level raising up so high they got algae blooms, actually ended up killing the fish, ended up contaminating everything else, and then industry came along and added to it. And now we end up with industry and agriculture both contaminating the river at high levels.
The Silver Valley Community Resource Center, it's a 35-year-old nonprofit established in the epicenter of the nation's largest Superfund site. This area was truly designated the silver capital of the world because of its rich silver mining industry and smelting, which is where the lead processing came into play, and some of that refinery work over the years, 100 years of deliberate pollution and contamination to the water, the air, the forests, the rivers, people's lives.
And I don't have anything against mining. My dad was a miner. I don't have anything against anybody trying to earn a living. That would be ridiculous. But it's the way they have ruined the land, obviously the air, the pollution, and now we have to address that plus the health issues that came along with that.
We know EPA has failed with a cleanup here, building toxic waste dumps all over in this lower disadvantaged part of the Superfund site. In the case of the old mission, 160 metric tons of lead washed downstream, contaminating Coeur d'Alene Lake, Coeur d'Alene River, Spokane River, on into the Pacific Ocean.
At the eastern end of the Port Angeles Harbor on the Strait of Juan de Fuca in Washington State, the Rayonier pulp mill still sits there. And it closed in 1997. The company planned to leave town without cleaning up its hazardous wastes. And EPA found that the levels of contaminants ranked the whole area for Superfund. The cleanup oversight responsibility was passed off to the Washington State Department of Ecology. But in 25 years, few contaminants have been removed, and Ecology is recommending the polluter cover up rather than clean up the contamination.
Grassroots activists are really the eyes, ears, and enforcers of environmental law, right? We see it first. We'll educate ourselves and help others. If you don't know what the law says, you don't know when it's being violated.
How can we as a community, or as our communities, join together and in Region 10 and affect all changes for all of us?
The more voices that talk in unison, the more likely that there will be someone that listens.
This is a systemic problem, and it affects all of us, and we all have something to say about it.
Without that groundswell, grassroots groundswell, things are too slow to progress, right? Too many lives are on the line, too much degradation to the environment.
and collectively, when we all work together and say, no, this is not okay. You know, like Harry in the movie Network, you know, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And you have to get mad and you have to have a group and collective, and that's where Newts really is, you know, that collective energy, you know, to help solve problems.
Okay, Darlene and Patty, if you would unmute and start your video. And Lisa, if there are any questions and you could moderate, that would be wonderful. Folks, comments, questions, please feel free to put them in the chat and or raise your hand with the controls at the bottom. And it's to you.
I think, BJ, we want to clarify that questions should go in the question and answer box at the bottom of the Zoom screen.
Thank you.
I would like to say something. It was Jill, I believe, that talked about the different ways to clean up and what's really happening in terms of cleanups. And at the Rainier site, it's exactly what she said. It's cover up and let nature take its course. So my community in Port Angeles is saying, no, we're not going to accept that. We don't want to wind up with a landfill right on the Strait of Juan de Fuca where the water is rising and there are storm surges and we expect a 9.0 earthquake. That's not sufficient. Ecology has said that Rainier only needs to do a little bit, cover up, walk away, leave the rest. And we're pushing back on ecology and saying, no, we want a real cleanup here. Rainier's a very rich company. They can afford to clean up. Don't try to save them money.
Patty, did you want to add anything?
I was just waiting for a question or something to pop up there, but I don't see anything. No, when the video finished, I still have to really appreciate Teresa's comment there about we're mad as hell and we're not going to take it anymore, right? I think it's a great, a great line that puts into perspective what all of us on the ground are doing, and that is to make sure that we hold these polluters accountable, right? The law is intended that the polluter pays, right, for the pollution controls that are going to protect the environment, so that those costs are not borne by the communities that surround these sites, and yet it continues to play out where the polluter makes their money and the price is ultimately paid by the communities. So I see Heather has a question.
Hey, very nice video. This is Heather Trim, Zero Waste Washington. Patty, my question is for you, because I'm now working on the issue of batteries and battery recycling. On those facilities that you're fighting there, what is the sort of status with regard to batteries there? I know, because I know you were primarily originally fighting them on the diesel emissions.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I had an opportunity to witness one of the tests on one of the data centers back in 2010. I think it was when we first started appealing these permits. I mean, we've been at it for quite a long time. And on the inside of the shell that holds these diesel, these are locomotive sized diesel generators, right? Each one of these engines can power a locomotive train, right? And on the inside, it's lined with liquid I think they're nickel cadmium batteries, right? And I have also wondered where that waste is going, because those batteries, you know, can't function for perpetuity. They have some life expectancy, and they're, I mean, again, the entire container that holds this locomotive sized engine is lined with these liquid batteries. So I think it's a something that needs to be followed up on. No, there's a lot of things that go to this besides air quality, right? The underground storage tanks that are right over top of our aquifer, the batteries, as you mentioned. There's certainly more to the ability for people to have their cell phones and their websites and all that. There's an environmental consequence besides the air. Did I answer your question, Heather?
Yeah, and Lisa, I think there's some questions in the chat now, or in the Q&A.
Okay, this is from Monica Lowney. In Snoqualmie, Washington, the site was designated as a brown site and not to be disturbed by EPA in the 80s. So how can the city of Snoqualmie designate a known contaminated area for development prior to the site being assessed by DOE for contamination? What agency can supersede DOE if DOE claims they have no jurisdiction over the city of Snoqualmie? And then it goes on. EPA is not involved and expects DOE to do their job, yet they are decades behind. Any suggestions? This site is on the aquifer and drinking water supply, not to mention the river.
Was there an environmental impact statement done for the development?
We're not in dialogue mode, Patty, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. That would be the first thing I would wonder.
So Monica says yes, and the developers did not address the issues.
Once the environmental impact statement is complete, it can be appealed, right? But not until that process, as I recall. Yeah, I don't have a recommendation right at this point. We also, on the data centers, appealed the environmental impact statement, and then we're told by the city attorney that we could not appeal it until after it had been finalized, right? And so I think that that's the opportunity. And if you miss that window, I don't know what your recourse is.
Okay. There's another question from Doris Weller. Darlene, same on the Willamette Superfund. EPA's biggest part of the solution is dilution is the solution. We fought and won keeping a consolidated waste dump being placed in a harbor slip adjacent to the river. NWTCC was very helpful in that fight.
Yeah, I will add, this is reminding me of something that Denise said about the recycling of the PFAS. So Rayonier had they own 2 landfills, and we know that the leachate is going into the groundwater. The point I want to get to, though, is that Rayonier collects the leachate at one site at one of the landfills. They used to truck it down to the wastewater treatment plant. This has dioxins, PCBs, PAHs, you name it. And was one of the worst mill sites in the country for pollution and the worst in Washington state. So they truck this stuff. Now they don't even truck it down to the wastewater treatment plant. They find a street cover and they can just put it down a drain and that goes into the wastewater treatment plant. And then that's recycled into the effluent and the sewage solids. And then the solids are sold as compost and sold to farmers to put on land. So there's this recycling that goes on and on and on. It's really sick, and I've been working with the city of Port Angeles 9 years, and they agree that it's polluting everything, and they agree that they want to do something, and they haven't done anything. So I'm still on their backs.
We're running a few minutes over, and I know we've got Bob Martin waiting in the wings. Let's take this one last question from Lynn Nelson, Lisa, and then we should move on.
Sure, this is from Lynn, and this is for Patty. Are there connections being made with other communities impacted by data centers? How can they share info, support each other, and mobilize?
Oh boy. I've had people reach out to me on data centers from literally around the world. But not, I wouldn't say enough to galvanize a movement, right? I mean, I've been asked for advice from others. At the time, too busy working on appeals without an attorney here, right? We were 5 years on a every day and sometimes overnight putting our motions and our briefs and everything else, right, that we were writing ourselves. Most people don't even know that these are being placed in their community or what they are, right? In Europe, they're placed outside of communities where they're away from the population. In my community, they're, I mean, literally across the highway from me, quarter mile, and then stretching for 2 miles on the north side of town. So there hasn't been an effort, at least on my part, to mobilize people on data centers. I'm not sure people are willing to give up their phones and their internet access, right, which is what it would require.
Okay, thank you, Patty. And with that, we'll move on to our next speaker, Bob Martin.
So I think Barbara Miller is going to introduce Bob. Barbara, you should be able to unmute and turn on your video.
Start the video.
Go. Welcome, Barbara. Welcome, Bob.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes, go ahead.
So I wanted to say good afternoon from the Silver Valley Community Resource Center. My name is Barbara Miller. I have been the director of the Resource Center for 35 years, working with the people in the nation's largest lead Superfund site. We do want to thank the University of Washington, NWTCC, the former speakers for all their input and knowledge today and past summits. A little bit for the Resource Center, it's always taken the high road to deal with proactive resources, grassroots organizing, education, and outreach here in the Superfund site that is in the epicenter, 21 square miles in North Idaho. It's now extended from the Idaho-Montana border into Washington State. And along with those observations, we do have solutions that we keep working towards, but in the case of being listened to and our work acknowledged, Bob Martin is one of the rare individuals throughout 35 years and the whole, the whole roster of politicians, agencies, community, regional leaders who has listened to and respected our work. He respects the environment, and he respects all of those who work for the environment and human health. He walks the talk. He's also an enrolled member of the Makah Indian tribe in the state of Washington. He academically trained with a law degree from the George Washington University of the National Law Center in Washington, D.C. He has over 30 years of professional experience in the fields of tribal energy and environmental affairs. He is represented by the policy interests of the Council of Energy Resource Tribes as Director of Law, Policy, and Governance. In addition, as coordinator of all government affairs for Washington, D.C. law firm, he represented the policy interests of Indian tribes nationwide. Robert has served as a national EPA ombudsman for the United States Environmental Protection Agency in Washington, D.C. under 3 presidents: George W. Bush, William Jefferson Clinton, and George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush for approximately 10 years. Serving as the agency's designated expert nonpartisan official, he independently investigated at the request of Congress, the executive branch, the American communities and industry sectors and environmental groups, complex environmental problems at sites across the United States, including the Bunker Hill Superfund site, the nation's largest Superfund site, the World Trade Center, Yucca Mountain, Coeur d'Alene Basin, and the Rocky Mountain Arsenal and Shattuck sites in Colorado. So without further delay, here, Bob Martin, it is time for you to speak.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you, Bob. Can you start your video? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Okay. So I beg your indulgence. I have never done this before. Meaning use a Zoom video to communicate with a number of folks. Can you see me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Okay. All right. I'm very thankful to be here. I'd like to thank Patty Martin, the chair of the organization, and of course, Barbara Miller, who just introduced me, and Darlene Schoenfeld, who I've known for a long time. Also, I'd like to thank the University of Washington School of Public Health, the Superfund Project, Dr. Burbacher, you, BJ, and of course, all staff supporting this project. As well, recognizing the distinguished speakers and guests and registrants who have been present throughout the course of the day and who are present now. It's a privilege to visit. As Barbara noted, I am Bob Martin. I am a enrolled member of the Makah Indian tribe in Nia Bay, Washington, where we have our reservation and where we have lived for thousands of years. And she may have also noted, I think she did note, that I have served in different ways, but I think the way that is going to be the focus of this visit is my tenure as the National Ombudsman of the United States Environmental Protection Agency in Washington, D.C. for a period of 10 years between 1992 and 2002. As Barbara noted, I came in under President George H.W. Bush and left during the tenure of his son, George W. Bush. Honestly, when I took the position, I knew very little about what an ombudsman was or what an ombudsman did. I found out that the whole institution was created centuries ago in Sweden to make a person who would stand between, quote unquote, the king and the governed in Sweden. It seemed to be a bit out of place for an American democracy, but when I stepped into the position and actually did it, it seemed like a very appropriate function to be there and to do, because a lot of American citizens and a lot of American communities felt very alone, alienated in circumstances in which their health and their environment have been harmed, and were seeking any kind of redress, not so much from the king, but from EPA as an agency charged with protecting their health and environment. And there's just a lot of people who needed to be listened to, cared about, and have their legitimate concerns framed for review by decision makers in the agency and in Congress as well, and other agencies of the executive branch. So I was honored and privileged to do that for 10 years and to meet folks like Patty and Barbara and Darlene and others. In the position of ombudsman, I was the only designated nonpartisan official that stood between EPA and the American citizens and public and Congress, other federal agencies, other levels of government, whether they be states, Indian tribes, or local governments, community groups, environmental groups, others. In that sense, it was an exploration of what a power of one could be. And I, given to understand that was the original theme of the visit today, and we've been modified a little bit, and that's okay. But what I would like to do here today is explore with you what the power of one means, and what the power of standing together means, and what the power of working together means, based on my experience for 10 years as the National Ombudsman of the agency. So I think the power of one, of course, begins with oneself. And here I think we're referencing folks who stand first on their own, I think, in communities throughout the region, whether it be in Alaska, Washington, Oregon, or Idaho. And I think that standing is standing in courage. It's once been said that courage is really not simply one of the virtues, but it is the form of every virtue at the testing point. C.S. Lewis once said that. And it's been my experience as National Ombudsman that each of you, as individuals, possessed and continue to possess, demonstrated and continue to demonstrate this kind of courage, the courage of your convictions that something's wrong fundamentally and you're not going to take it anymore. And therefore it leads, I think, to a stand for environmental justice, and environmental justice that protects the human health and environment of everyone, of all in your communities. Therefore, I think courage is the foundation of the power of one. Moving forward, we can look at the power of standing together. And it seems quite natural that the courage of your convictions, each of you, many of you in your communities, to take a stand for human health and the environment for all in your communities, compels you almost necessarily, whether you're a community leader or a scientist or even a government official, to do for others in your own unique and appropriate capacities. Martin Luther King once said that life's most urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And I think the power of yourselves as one leads you to the power of standing together. I've seen it, and I think it's most efficacious. You've formed community organizations, working groups. You have found the power of standing together. I think necessarily that leads to the power then of working together, and that does seem to be quite appropriately the theme of this gathering today, the power of working together, scientists, community advocates, and others. I think it can be characterized once you reach the working together stage to achieve an environmental justice for all, that it's a bit like former US Congressman John Lewis once said, who worked with Dr. King, who said, you know, it can be necessary to get into good trouble, necessary trouble. And I think for many of you, you've not only given of yourselves in many ways, for yourself and your families and your communities, but by standing your ground and standing together, by working together, you've probably gotten into a little bit of trouble now and then, and that's okay. I think that's necessary and appropriate to achieve an environmental justice that protects human health and the environment for all. So my admonition, this message is really brief, I'd like to leave much time for Q&A and interaction, is to remain true to your personal convictions that has created your power of one, to courageously stand for environmental justice for others, the power of standing together, and to continue courageously working together with all who would join you to achieve environmental justice for all in your communities. Never forget your individual and collective power. Stand as one in power, stand together in power, and work together in power for environmental justice for all in your communities. That would be my word to you. And I thank you for being able to share it in our language. That's klako, klako. Thank you, thank you. That being said, I look forward to continuing to visit with you in this medium and to share questions and answers.
Thank you so much, Bob. So we have plenty of time for question and answer. Does anyone want to put their questions in that question and answer box? It looks like Darlene has raised her hand. Darlene, do you want to unmute yourself?
Hi, Bob. Wonderful that you joined us. Thank you. Could you describe some of the sites that you worked on around the country? I remember when I met you, I think you were working on 26, if I'm not mistaken. So, gosh, the one in Florida that was a dioxin site, the one in, was it Colorado? There were so many. If you could talk a little bit about, choose a few, talk about them, what the citizens went through, if they succeeded, if the issues are still ongoing in their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Now, just to make sure, can everyone hear me as I'm speaking? Response?
Yes.
Great. All told, when I had to testify before Congress after I had resigned office in 2002, I think came up with 57 different cases and sites that I was working on throughout the country during my 10-year tenure. Of course, a few of those were the Rainier site with you, Darlene, in Port Angeles, Patty Martin's community with hazardous fertilizer, and Barbara Miller's community with the known as the Basin in the Box site, a very huge Superfund site that affected northern Idaho and eastern Washington. In addition to those, which were in Region 10, of course, I had already done significant work at the, as Darlene, you just noted, what's known as the Escambia treating site in Pensacola, Florida, where a historical African-American community lived and was right next to something called Mount Dioxin. It was the highest point in Florida. It was a pile that had been made by excavating the site and leaving the dirt in a pile full of dioxin, therefore the name Mount Dioxin, and other contaminants that were harming the health of the African-American community. And their plea was to be moved permanently, paying them to make that request because they had lived there for a long time. And they had a church which was the focal point of their community and cultural events, but they literally couldn't survive and stay there. So they asked to be moved permanently, and that was a difficult case because the original position of the region was to do a remediation, actually a removal and remediation, different kinds of actions at the Mount Dioxin site, and there was another site next to that one called Agrico-Chemical, was to work on those for a period of years and not to move the community permanently. I took the case at the request of that community and the local congressman at the time, a fellow named Joe Scarborough, who's now on MSNBC, to examine what was happening to the community, go into detail of the various health effects and aspects of what the remedy was proposed to be, and make determinations, recommendations to the agency accordingly. And I recommended they needed to be moved and at EPA expense. That happened. It took a few years, but it happened. And obviously that got them away from the immediate threats to their lives and their health. That was that case in Pensacola. I heard somebody earlier bring up a case in connection with batteries to Patty Martin in the Q&A period. And I did a similar case involving nothing but batteries in Pennsylvania. In fact, I think over 100 million batteries, which have been disposed of and were harming the working class community there, and made many recommendations about how that could not go on the way it had been and how the remedy needed to be changed in different ways. There were many others. The Shattuck case, I think, Darlene, you referenced that as well, in Denver, Colorado, where a polluting company had left behind radium-contaminated soil, and the remedy was to cover it up and leave it right in the middle of a neighborhood or neighborhoods in the middle of the city. They felt, the community there felt ignored, and not only what they had to say being ignored, but the perils to their own health and the environment were being ignored as well. So at the request of certain members of the Colorado congressional delegation and Mayor Webb of the city of Denver, I took that case, and really, I think the defining moment, because public hearings, I did public hearings there, which were available to all to attend. Everyone from the polluting company to the community, to the agency, to the city, to the state and whatnot. The defining moment was that under the terms of the remedy, it had to be protective to leave the radium contaminated soil underneath a cover of rocks for a period of 10,000 years. And at my request, the EPA Environmental Response Team out of New Jersey looked at it autonomously and determined that the actual staying power of that remedy was really 5 to 10 years, not thousands of years. And it was at that moment that I think became clear that that simply couldn't go on, that the remedy needed to be fundamentally changed. And that material, all of it, tens of thousands of cubic yards, wound up being removed from the neighborhood to a licensed facility where it could be safely managed. So those are some of the cases I did. I mean, there are many others. I don't want to go on, but I hope that's responsive to your question, Darlene.
Thank you, Bob. I guess we can move on to a question from Robbie Mantooth. Could you speak more about your commitment to all that are part of the environment, including salmon being decimated by toxins and such alterations by industry and development as straightening streams, covering estuaries, and polluting land and waters? And this is from Robbie Mantooth, co-founder of Friends of Venus Creek, where Coelums had an ancient village. Toxic waste and alterations to the stream and estuary also threaten the best chance of saving the remaining salmon stream in Port Angeles.
Sure, I'd be happy to as best as I can, and it's good to meet you. Well, you know, to tribes, to indigenous peoples, the environment, quote unquote, the fish, the whales, have always had standing in our world. I'm speaking, of course, very broadly now, but in American jurisprudence, the environment per se only has the standing that certain environmental statutes give it. That includes fish. And there are other places where the environment or particular species have their own legal standing, such as Bolivia, where that emerged years ago, and I would say rightly so, appropriately so. I think for speaking for myself or indigenous folks and even our own tribe, life as a whole, it's not separate. You don't give yourself standing and you don't give the salmon no standing. We're all here. I think it was Chief Seattle said, you know, the earth does not belong to man, man belongs to the earth. So the plight, the peril to the salmon species needs to be addressed. How that's done, you know, is another matter. We've got to work with, obviously, agencies and statutes and rules and guidances and whatnot. But it starts with recognizing that the salmon deserve protection, just like we do in different ways.
Okay, that was a beautiful answer. Thank you. The next question is from Doris Weller. How can we best use government resources to affect change in our goals of removing toxic substances in our communities?
I think the best way, and thank you, and good to meet you too. The best way is to first truly listen to frontline people in affected communities that have not only something to say, but who have direct experience with what's going on. In this case, that would be, of course, the members of this organization and others. If we don't listen, we can't make a proper diagnosis of the situation. And without a proper diagnosis, there's not a proper remedy. And too often, the people who are most affected simply aren't listened to enough. And from the perspective of an agency, it really can't just be about justifying what's been done before or what's already been decided to be done. Honest, real, meaningful listening. And that should be, in some cases, on the record to make sure that it's down on paper. It's in front of us. Why wait until a record of decision or a responsiveness summary to have all that on paper? Get it down in a really meaningful way in the beginning so that people know they've made a worthwhile contribution and it's being taken account of by those who have to spend the money wisely to get a cleanup done, a real one.
Oops, that was needed. Thank you. The next question comes from Monica Lowney. Can you talk about your experience with Barbara regarding Kellogg, Idaho, and how the Spokane River is impacted by this contamination? Can you elaborate on the contaminants, including lead, that have been impacting the drinking water? The Rathdrum Prairie Aquifer is the drinking water source in Spokane. Is this a safe source of drinking water? Is the aquifer tested for lead levels regularly, as well as other chemicals from this Superfund site?
Thank you, and good to meet you too. That's a mouthful. I'll do my best to parse that and answer as best as I can. First, my experience working with Barbara Miller was indeed a privilege as a leader of her community to seek to bring to the fore the nature of the lead contamination from prior mining there, not only right in Kellogg, but what's known as the box in the basin. The box meaning the box in which all the mining activity occurred, and the basin meaning Coeur d'Alene Basin from Wallace, Idaho, all the way over into Washington State. And that has to be referred to. I see the question is in the nature of Spokane, Washington, which of course is affected by whatever can go downstream from the box. And what can go downstream are, of course, the byproducts of historic mining, a lot of heavy metals, perhaps a lot of sedimentation in which the metals can be embedded. Those metals can affect not only the quality of the river water, of course, but they could also affect underlying aquifers. And I'm not specifically familiar with the aquifer, which has been inquired about, but can say that there are different ways to assess whether it's been adversely affected or compromised. One such way is under the Safe Drinking Water Act, where this is apart from Superfund, even where if it can be shown that the aquifer is in the nature of a sole source aquifer, that community of Spokane and others depend upon it, almost sole source for their drinking water, that look gets a different look, that gets a different level of scrutiny under the Safe Drinking Water statute, and correspondingly a different level of protection going forward. I hope that it's a good initial answer. Anyway.
Thank you. I think that was a great answer. The next question will be live from Stacy Valenzuela. Stacy, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm asking this for Janet Hayes, who used to work in waste management, and she has lived in the city for a long time. She says the city of Kenmore, Washington was built and continues to be developed on legacy landfills and Motka sites. We, the public health and safety, are the collateral damage as the city staff continues to issue building permits with determinations of non-significance. We have heavy industry and a Kenmore Airport and asphalt and cement plant and a private port wharf on the Montka site, ranked number 1. On the shoreline in North Lake Washington, the landowners of this private shoreline berthing area have declined testing for dredging, tugs, and barges, but they continue to load and unload cargo that benefits the owners. Our environmental groups have asked for testing. Dioxins were found 30 times at the standard within 300 feet of this port. We have tried DOE, PSCAA, City of Kenmore, Clean Water Act violations. The site has a consent decree that is not in compliance with the groundwater testing ruling. The 45-acre house since the wharf was the landfill from 1957 to 1981. The consent decree was 2001. What do we do next? How do we get the testing at the north end of the Lake Washington? The federal Kenmore Navigation Channel was dredged in 2020. The dredging was not suitable for open water spoils because of high levels of dioxin with no known source were found by the Army Corps testing. The dredging stopped short of the owners of the private berthing channel.
Okay, thank you and good to meet you too. I'm not entirely certain where Kenmore is, but that doesn't matter, I think, for purposes of what I would answer. So I hear of the situation. I hear that there are not only discrete releases, you're saying, into the environment of dioxin, among other substances, but that there's a lot of them. And, you know, when the initial deliberations were occurring in EPA around environmental as equity, it first became known as environmental equity and then later environmental justice in the 90s, we often spoke about that you have to take account cumulative exposures, often in the community and to people. So often you can funnel cake exposures. Well, that's, you know, this site over here and that site over there. And of course, you know, each site has to be dealt with on its own terms. But it's almost as if there was no mindfulness that if you put all that together in a community or next to it, you could be having a lot of exposures and a lot of adverse effects to human health and the environment. So I think there continues to be a need to address, in what I'm hearing in this case, the level of cumulative exposure from different sources in the community or next to it. You referenced a consent decree with respect to one of the particular sites. Typically, when there is such a thing, there's always a reopener in the decree, typically a reopener, where there can be a reopening of the decree because there has been new information, for example, or new understanding of different kinds of exposures to people. That should be looked at in terms of the next step in connection with that consent decree. You also referenced there may be deposits of contaminants and whatnot in some nearshore areas and other areas apart from this site, and that those are not being given adequate attention. In that situation, there is a provision in the Superfund law for preliminary assessment, and any citizen can petition for a preliminary assessment under Superfund to the agency, and the agency must answer. So wherever you feel you have that kind of activity going on and it's not being addressed, then get a petition together for a preliminary assessment and describe what's happening and request that it be assessed as soon as possible to protect human health and the environment.
Great, thank you. We have another question from Robbie Mantooth. Does the current Does the current US administration have an EPA administrator of someone else providing such services?
I'm sorry, I'm not certain. Does the current administration have someone? I'm not certain. No.
Robbie, do you want to unmute to clarify the question?
I think the question is about the ombuds position.
Oh, okay. I think I understand now. Well, 20 years is a long time since I left office, resigned office, and I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I've not heard of anyone doing present day what I did in the agency as National Ombudsman.
Thank you. Although that's sad to hear. I see a hand from Darlene. Darlene, do you want to unmute?
I learned from an environmental attorney in Washington State that if a project has been allowed to go forward and there were mitigating circumstances in the MOU, if those aren't met, if a community follows the situation and realizes that some of the steps in the mitigated determinations are not being met, that they can go back and have the case reopened on just looking at those particular steps that aren't being met. Is that true throughout the nation, or is this just a Washington law? Do you know?
Okay. Here's my initial answer. I'm not familiar with the status of Washington state law concerning that issue. I can say that, like a consent decree, the memorandum of understanding you're referring to is likely conditioned by, that you say, a mitigating circumstance. In other agreements, it's known as a reopener for new information, change site conditions. The government, whether it's EPA or I suppose the state, typically will have that kind of provision in place to allow them to re-enter a situation when necessary. I think that's fair. It was fairly typical anyway in different consent decrees throughout the nation. I don't know. This sounds like a memorandum of understanding or agreement that may stand on its own with the term mitigating circumstances.
Now I see Patty Martin has her hand raised. Patty, do you want to unmute?
Yeah, thank you. Bob, not long after we met, and I remember that was, I think, first at when I was at public hearing supporting Darlene's site in Port Angeles. We met several times, and you were working to help in my case, right? And it wasn't too long after this that you resigned. There was something to do with wanting the power of subpoena. That's what I recall. Is that the correct? And that may be that it happened after the 9/11 events. But you did not have subpoena power as the ombudsman, as I recall. And how important would that be to have that power for the National Ombudsman's position?
Thank you for the questions, Patty. Yeah, to be clear, I've often said, not only then but now, as National Ombudsman, I had no power. I couldn't make anyone do anything. I couldn't make them talk to me. I couldn't make them listen to me. Couldn't make any changes adopted in different remedies. notwithstanding, a lot of people did talk, listen, and make changes in dialogue, bringing in different communities and involving the agency and other parties. I never had the power of subpoena, that is correct. I never asked for it directly, but what happened was the United States Congress was considering legislation introduced by congressional delegations from Florida, Pennsylvania, Idaho, Colorado, to make the National Ombudsman a kind of a statutory position with different powers to do its function, including the power of subpoena. Congress was nearing passing that when the administrator of the agency at the time decided to end the entire function. And that's why I resigned. And there was a request from the United States Senate, who I testified before after I resigned, of what I quote unquote wanted. And I said, well, what I want is for Congress to pass the law so that whoever does this again and whoever stands with communities again doesn't have to go through this again. After I made that request in a hearing, the United States Senate passed it unanimously. And that included then at the time US Senator Biden and US Senator Schumer, among others. The White House sent a veto message saying that they would not, the president intended to veto it out of concerns that the subpoenas could be issued to various high-ranking government officials, including the president, among others. So it was put down. The next year, the Congress got together again and passed it again unanimously with the same veto threat. So to make a long story short, I never had it. I didn't ask for it directly. The United States Congress wanted the ombudsman function to have a subpoena power, and it never happened because of disagreement between the president and the Congress at the time over the powers of the function.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, excuse me, there are no more questions in the question and answer box, and I do not see any hands that are raised. So if anyone has any last minute questions, now is your window of opportunity. Okay, BJ, do you want to say anything before we go on break?
Primarily, Bob, just thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today. It's just fantastic to hear about your experience and kind of think about what that might mean for the future and what folks in the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition might try to organize around next. I do think Patty has one more question or comment that she wants to make before we break.
No, I just wanted to second that that appreciation for your coming in today, Bob, and then also for all of the effort that you put in assisting Darlene's site and Barb's site, Barbara Miller's site, and my own. So we are grateful for that help. Thank you.
You're welcome. It was a
Yes,
privilege.
mine would not have happened without you, Bob.
Thank you.
That's for sure.
Lots of love in the room right here. Terrific. Okay, so we are going to take about a 15-minute break. Please do not go away. We have a duo of speakers speaking on one topic coming up. Rhonda Ketzel from the U.S. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, or ATSDR, partnered with Millie Piazza, who is the environmental justice lead for the Washington State Department of Ecology. And together they will be talking about health equity and environmental justice laws, tools, and opportunities. So please stand by, take another short break, And Patty will be introducing them at 2:10 sharp. Thank you. I'll put the remaining agenda in the chat box one last time. Hi all, if you are just joining us, we are on a brief intermission. We will be returning in about 7 minutes with our final presentations of the summit. That will be Rhonda Ketzel from the U.S. Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, and Millie Piazza, Environmental Justice Lead for the Washington State Department of Ecology, talking about health equity and environmental justice, laws, tools, and opportunities. So please hang tight, and we will be back online in about 6 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we will be back in just 1 minute with our final speakers, Rhonda Ketzel and Millie Piazza. Rhonda, Millie, and Patty Martin, who will be doing the introductions. If you all could get ready, we will start in 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to start our final speaker panel. This time, 2 speakers. I'm going to pass this off to Patty Martin, President of Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition, to make the introductions. Welcome back.
Thank you. And I have to admit before I introduce these 2 lovely ladies that these are a couple of my favorite people. We've had the opportunity to interact with both of you for a number of years, and it really is my pleasure to introduce you. And I'm going to start with the shortest bio first, okay? All right, so Rhonda Ketzel is a clinical assistant professor who teaches environmental health in the Department of Health Systems and Population Health. She is also regional director for the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a federal public health agency. Ketzel has investigated how environmental toxins affect the body, the environment, and communities for over 25 years. She uses engagement techniques to communicate scientific findings to the general public, tribal members, and businesses. She specializes in interpreting science so that it's easy to understand and in developing relationships to address the impact of exposures on underserved populations experiencing health disparities. As a federal employee with trust responsibility to Alaska Natives and Native Americans, she promotes work in understanding traditions in order to prevent exposures experienced by Indigenous populations. Rhonda has a PhD in toxicology from Oregon State University. Okay, Millie Piazza. Oh gosh, your son's calling. That's my son calling, our son calling at the wrong time. Millie Piazza has been Ecology's environmental justice lead for 15 years and first worked at the agency 25 years ago. Her research and work in environmental justice is grounded in the conviction that we can only solve environmental challenges when we also address social inequities. Her work is focused on integrating environmental justice priorities into agency programs, addressing state EJ challenges, and advancing non-discrimination practices for civil rights compliance. Millie also serves as the agency language access coordinator and helps support the work of our multilingual interpretation and translation team. She works closely with our programs and public to ensure communities have access to information about environmental work affecting their communities. As a child of a first-generation immigrant, Millie grew up in a multilingual household and has had the life-shaping experience of growing up, living, and working in several countries, including Taiwan, Japan, Guam, and Palau. These experiences motivate her social justice work and provide the lens she uses when tackling community access to agency decisions and activities. Millie serves on the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, Governor's Interagency Council on Health Disparities, and the Superfund Research Program External Advisory Board. In addition to filling these many roles, Millie is also passionate about working with interns. She's inspired many interns to continue in the field of environmental justice and pursue careers at Ecology. By the way, my phone hasn't rung all day until now. Welcome both of you, and thank you for agreeing to speak.
Patty, that is such a lovely introduction. Thank you. Rhonda and I are really happy to be here. It's such a good group to visit and talk with. And I will share my screen in just a second because we have a few slides, but really the slides are just a backdrop to help visualize some of the things we wanted to talk about, but we couldn't be set up better than by the speakers that came before us, just touching on the really hard issues, the real issues. I mean, there's so much that we can tap into and just kind of use our presentation that we have here for you today as the launch pad for hopefully some good discussion and some digging into the questions. Jill did such an excellent job. I'm gonna share now or attempt to share. And I'm gonna kick us off. So let me know, presumably head nod on the Rhonda on the, all right, we're good. So Jill did such a great job of describing environmental justice where we're at. And so you all know so well that it's communities of color, low-income populations who are disproportionately impacted by environmental hazards in our communities, where we work, at schools, where we recreate, and there are decades of data and research showing the where, the what, and the who. And as Patty mentioned in my bio, I came to work or at least work with the State Department of Ecology in Washington over 25 years ago. I think we're 27 years ago now. And that was as an intern where I offered to do the first statewide environmental justice study for Washington State, and I'll say the first and the only one that was statewide. It was at the request of the legislature, and I modeled it after national studies and found that in Washington State, there was the same pattern as nationally, which is not a surprise to folks on the phone here, that communities of color were disproportionately located near facilities reporting to the toxic release inventory with leaking underground storage tanks and in proximity to contaminated sites. And really, as I reflect upon what was said here today, we're here now and we're having the same conversations that we have had for decades and that we had decades ago, which even prompted that study. And Patty, you summed it up so nicely in a previous presentation. You said, things are too slow to progress and lives are on the line and lives have been lost. And you made another note that we need to hold the polluters accountable. And I would put in there, and I think everyone would agree, we also need to hold agencies accountable, right? And I think I heard that come out strong in the comments and the conversation that have been had in the Q&A. And I want to thank Jill again earlier for speaking so frankly about the limits of the laws, both in how they're structured and how they're implemented and how they're not implemented and enforced. This is an issue that is persistent. This is something that I have had very deep conversations with the folks on the phone who are advocating and fighting for the lives in their communities. And while I've studied and researched environmental justice extensively, the reality and truths that really guide my work are really from the people on this call. That's where I learn about the things that's not in the books, that aren't in the laws, that isn't something that we're taught, and but it's something that's experienced daily. And so after the first decade, personally for me, struggling to support and find solutions for communities in this role that people have entrusted me with as an environmental justice lead for an environmental regulatory agency, it became, of course, immediately, if not abundantly clear years later, that this is a monumental task that we're working on. It's not something that can certainly be done by one person, me, within a bureaucracy that is supposed to cover all of the communities in the state. So really, I think what Rhonda and I don't want to speak for you, Rhonda, but I think what we're looking at today in our presentation is really looking at how do we build accountability? What are the tools? What are the protocols within the agency? At least that's my work and my focus has been, yes, supporting communities, yes, trying to find solutions, but really embedding agency accountability into what we do. And there's so many barriers that stand in the way of equity and justice, as you all know. And some of those things that I'm talking about is that we also know, in addition to the disparate impacts and overburdened areas and disproportionate impacts of environmental hazards and the health disparities, we also know that the workforce, I know that the workforce of environmental agencies isn't reflective of the communities across Washington. There isn't the same distribution of rural and urban representatives, Eastern and Western Washington. We have a state that's over 30% people of color, but environmental agencies in Washington are less than 15% people of color. Nationally, I think the average is 12%, both in environmental organizations as well as in environmental agencies. And we tend to be overwhelmingly English language speaking, not multilingual. And what I've come to learn even more in working within state government is that many people, I would say the majority of people, don't even understand the foundation of why things are the way that they are and how we perpetuate these disparities. And so what I wanted to share really quickly with you is just some of the things that I try to bring to my work within the agency about what environmental justice is, where it comes from. And one of the things that I talk frequently about is the historical roots of segregation. And redlining maps in particular. This is a redlining map of Seattle from the 1930s. There's one, a redlining map of Spokane. I know that Tacoma also has a redlining map. And I will say that the University of Washington, and there's a few national resources as well, have excellent documentation of the redlining maps across the nation. And these redlining maps were incredibly influential in where people lived, how people lived, where hazards were cited, and any area classified on a redlining map. The red areas, like in this one for Tacoma, the red areas were hazardous. They were classified as hazardous, and how they were ranked hazardous because they were heavily influenced by racial and economic demographics. So government and private banks used to grade lending and investment based on this risk. And those red areas were high risk areas. And those were areas with immigrants, people of color, or the Federal Housing Authority said, they told banks that avoid areas, don't provide loans in areas with inharmonious racial groups. They wouldn't insure loans that were in risky areas as defined in these maps and other maps. And in addition, we have a legacy both in Washington and throughout the nation of white-only restrictive housing covenants and deeds in Washington. So covenants and property deeds have racially restrictive language that, again, would embed and institutionalize segregation. And so we wonder, and we think about, like, the reason I bring up these issues internally is to create an awareness that our past didn't predict, but it shaped what we see today when it comes to environmental injustices and vast differences in exposures and health outcomes for communities across Washington state and certainly the nation. And so it's some of the internal work that I do that is a nuanced piece of what environmental justice is. And part of that injustice is the education that we have and that we come to when I do my job as a government bureaucrat to understand my lack of understanding potentially of how we got to this place and what it is that we need to address and unwind to create more pro-equity outcomes. And I think that's a bit of how we're going to do that is coming up next. But one of the next pieces, Rhonda, I don't know if you wanted to add in, I was going to segue right into environmental laws. And we've got this history here. We know the data, we know enough probably about environmental injustice, but then it's like, well, what is going to prompt and move agencies to do something? And so I was going to move into
yeah, no, Millie, you did a great job. And I love this backdrop because it kind of sets where we need to go. So I think, starting out with that redlining conversation is kind of how we got here. We should not forget about it and how much it's so tied in with what environmental decisions were made in the years that these redlining things were taking place. So yeah, no, I think that's great that you brought that in.
And I think, I know that Charles Lee at EPA has done a few webinars recently where they actually overlay environmental justice maps with redlining maps. I think it's just very interesting because we need to learn from our mistakes, and we have to acknowledge how institutionally embedded the outcomes that we see are. Business as usual has gotten us here. So it's time to change how we do business, right? So one of the things we wanted to talk about was just to get a little grounding on, well, what laws are there? What helps guide me in our work, and Rhonda in her work when we're trying to address health inequities and environmental injustice. And so, Rhonda, I'm going to kick it over to you to cover kind of what influences you in the work that you do.
Certainly. So as a federal health agency, we're kind of the only agency that's written into the Superfund law, into CERCLA, and also into RCRA, you know, the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act that manages dangerous hazardous waste. And so a lot of where we started is similar to where EPA started, in that, however, with that caveat of we are the health advisory agency to EPA. And we are not in the same place we were in 1980 when those laws went into place. So that is kind of the construct we started from. I kind of want to jump into today, though. You know, I've been with ATSTR for 7 years. This is my 7th year. And the whole idea of executive orders was a new one to me that I hadn't paid much attention to before. But an executive order is more or less a law that the president sets. And only a new president can take away a law of an executive order of an old president. It's not legislation. They require no approval from Congress, and Congress can't overturn them. However, Congress can make legislation that makes it difficult or maybe even impossible to carry out the order. You know, that's kind of the unfunded mandate. So I want to bring up a few, and I was thinking about what is different now than earlier on in my career, or even more, 10 years ago. And, President Biden has put out several orders this since he took office that have kind of changed the way we're doing business differently within CDC, ATSTR. And CDC is our sister agency. Dr. Walensky is the ATSTR administrator as well as the CDC director. So if I reply, I quote CDC, it's because we have the same boss. And, one of them is diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility of the federal workforce, which is kind of what Millie was speaking to earlier, is we don't represent the communities we serve. And so kind of one of the orders is to address that and to train staff about why that is. And I have gone through a number of trainings in the last 2 years that I've taken many times in my career, either in Washington or at Public Health Seattle King County, but never in the federal workforce. And it's just bigger now. I think a lot of awareness occurred during COVID, and also, with a lot of the uprisings in the last 2 years. So that really affected, that is changing. The other one, he's established a climate change office. He's, established an executive order that's tackling crises at home and abroad, one that's protecting public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle climate change. He set a number of executive orders, including advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. And these have not happened before. So I think, I think, and every president has different ones. I think Franklin Roosevelt, he passed 3,000 executive orders. Usually it's on the order of 200 or 300, but I just have noticed these laws coming down. The other part is measuring steps to address health equity. And I think that's also something that that CDC has really taken to heart and has come up a lot in COVID. So I think those are the quick things I do think one other part of CERCLA that empowers ATSDR separately from EPA, we can help EPA list a site. It's very, very rare. It's only happened 14 times since 1980. But that is something that is part of a health agency can say this, and EPA has to consider it. And the other thing is, we have a petition process where the health agency can look and see if there's a problem, or if there aren't any data, let's try to think about getting data for that problem if there aren't data. So those are just some of the laws that I work within in the environmental arena. Yeah, I won't attack Title VI because you're better at that than I am, really. So I'll just let you do that.
Rhonda, could I ask you, Rhonda, so one of the executive orders, of course, that greatly influences, or I try to have influenced my work, is Executive Order 12898 on environmental justice. Is that something that is relevant in your scope of authority or in the work that you do? That's the
that one, if I'm not correct, that was, it's either 94 or 98. I can't remember.
94, yeah.
94. And it certainly changed the landscape for EPA. And by default, ATSDR, we were always a health agency and focused on the worst of the worst in the 90s. So, and I was not here in the 90s, so I can't really speak to the federal response to that rule, but I will have to say that executive order that came really affected EPA, and they made changes in the way they did business, which and it really started that community involvement place. Like we're very much further along now than we were then. In the health agencies, when we work with the environmental agencies, in the past, there was always a little bit of, why didn't they know that they should engage this community? Like the health agencies kind of would say that, but I think now we're past that. I think the environmental agencies know that engagement is just as important. And it's more sacred now than it was in the past. I know I've talked to many on this in this community as well. And oftentimes the most vocal of the community members are the ones that they're talked about how are we going to deal with this, instead of why don't we listen to what the concern is. And it's just a kind of a shift. I see EPA going through it. I think we all are going through it, but does that help?
I'm curious because there is now a whole slew of executive orders that have come out related to Justice 40, and so funding, and how do we shift the funding status quo to something that directly benefits communities. So maybe that's something we could get into later. I will say, as Rhonda said, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act is one of the most influential federal laws that affects me, and has been one of the ways that I am able to influence the bureaucracy and the state to pay more attention to issues that are related to environmental justice. So as we all know, I may not know, but it's not, the Civil Rights Act is not an environmental law, and it's not an environmental justice law per se, but it is related to the federal executive order 12898 on environmental justice. And it was called out, Title VI was called out as one of the mechanisms that we have to work our way towards justice. And it's a key mechanism. And what it is specifically, Title VI applies to any recipient of federal assistance, such as the Department of Ecology. And I would say most government, both state and local, probably has ties in some way to federal resources and assistance. And so any recipient has to comply with Title VI, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, national origin, which includes language access in any of the agencies or government's programs or activities. So even if you're like, one part of your agency is funded by the federal authority, the entire agency and all of the activities, it's my understanding, is on the hook for Title VI, which is a great mechanism for me internally to bring attention to
community demographics and ensuring engagement. And so one of the things that's called out in particular, and Rhonda was just alluding to this, or talking about this, is that Title VI, the guidance that I have from EPA, it's online. It's called the procedural checklist, I believe, for recipients of federal assistance. And there's so much goodness in there. It actually goes beyond, I think, what Title VI compliance looks like, but it's really guidance on how to do better to ensure civil rights, and particularly in public participation and meaningful access. And so these are things that I've been able to leverage internally to really look at how we do our work, who we're including, who we're not including, and then to create mechanisms to do better. And while these aren't perhaps very strong examples of engagement, they are things that I think have been really successful to demonstrate to the agency the importance of really speaking to all of the communities in Washington. And so, for example, we did, because of the impacts of wildfire smoke, and access to resources, certainly accesses to resources that are affordable. The agency put out a video on how to create and make from pretty readily, well, hopefully readily available materials to make a fan that could filter out harmful elements in air from wildfire smoke. And so when they did this, they put this out in multiple languages. And I keep looking, this was a couple years now, and I keep looking, and the views from the Vietnamese community, Chinese community, that are not insignificant. And this is it's such a good lesson learned. Like, so much of my focus is bringing it back to the agency and showing how this is better practice to meet our mission. This rewards not only the agency in doing better to meet our mission and protect people, but also to help people beyond maybe the narrow scope of folks that used to be potentially served by the agency or had disproportionate benefits from the agency. And so this also includes working with the regulated entities and businesses and the community that is actually on the ground, like auto body shops, like facilities, ensuring that the people who are working there understand what compliance looks like, so that their impacts to both workers and potentially to communities around them is reduced and is compliant. And so putting out publications and ensuring information is in other languages directly for businesses and folks working in businesses. And that's been wildly successful. We have 24/7 interpretation access line. So if we're in the field at a meeting, if people call us and English isn't their preferred language, or there's other barriers related to language, I can immediately call an interpretation service and have a three-way conversation right there. And so that's something we've established. There's a lot of ways that we're working to at least build the foundation of understanding that we serve the entirety of the state, and what are the practices that we need to embody to do that well. And so that's a bit. I did want to, whoops, I'm sorry, I inappropriately.
And I just wanted to mention that states can have laws too around environmental justice or about health equity, and so that's another one that we don't want to make sure we overlook.
Absolutely. And of course, for Washington State, this is a big time for us. I have served as the senior advisor on environmental justice at an agency for 15 plus years now, 15 years. I did not have an environmental justice law in the state for which to advocate for environmental justice. So Title VI was essential to me for making progress. That has changed in Washington because of hard-won advocacy by communities, by academics, by folks such as myself, even in government, highlighting, talking about, ensuring that we're elevating that environmental injustice is a very serious, critical issue that we need to address now. We now have in Washington our first environmental justice law. Folks refer to it as the HEAL Act, the Healthy Environment for All Act. It's codified, and it creates the building blocks of some really interesting things for Washington, certainly for me as a bureaucrat and a bureauactivist, as Jacoby would say, within an agency, to look at, to do environmental assessments for significant agency actions, to look at environmental justice and equity in our budget decisions, a little bit similar to the Justice 40 work that you may see at the federal level. We have now a framework and accountability to having a community engagement plan, a tribal consultation process that really looks at equity and meaningful engagement. And then what is really exciting for me is the formation and the establishment of an environmental justice council that is comprised of people that are in academia, from communities, people who have expertise in environmental justice. As agencies, we're also represented on the council, but we're non-voting members, but we'll be there. And in fact, the first meeting for this council is April 4th, as many of you might know. And part of having that council is providing space for public comment and testimony. And so this is a forum that is it's visible, it's transparent. The agencies will be there primarily in listening mode, but we will be listening. And this is an opportunity to document and create accountability, hopefully, to concerns that people bring up. And my ultimate hope is that it's not going to be siloed work. Hey, this is your agency, this is your agency. I really do hope that this is going to represent, as it was intended to, an opportunity for agencies to collaborate, because ultimately these things are not solved by one agency. It's usually Department of Health and the Department of Ecology and the Department of Agriculture. So there is an interagency work group that was also established under this law, but it's very interesting. And one other law I want to mention that is new for Washington State, which also was born out of hard-won advocacy for years, is it doesn't have an RCW yet, but it's Senate Bill 5793, and this is the first state law just established in 2022 that would allow agencies to provide compensation for members of the public to participate in government councils, committees, work groups, and other advisory groups. And it would actually allow us, we weren't allowed to before, to provide a stipend to people from the public for that participation, in addition to reimbursement for reimbursable expenses such as travel and lodging and food. And additionally, members of the public would be allowed reimbursements for childcare and adult care. This is huge. People have been talking about barriers to what is meaningful engagement if people can't even come to the meetings and participate and influence because of for other barriers such as financial barriers or childcare barriers. Anyways, I'm really excited. We probably won't see the fruits of that labor until 2023 because we have to wait on guidance from the State Office of Equity and the Office of Financial Management to provide guidance on how agencies are going to implement that. But I consider it a very big win for the state and a real opportunity to engage in equity at state agency decision making level. So really exciting.
Yeah, and that's the first one that I'm aware of in this region. And so you're really, Washington's really started, down a leadership path around this. And it is a barrier. It's a barrier at federal sites too.
Yeah.
I did want to bring up one other one. It's not a law, it's a treaty. And that is our federal trust responsibility to tribes and sovereignty. And I don't ever want to forget this. And by the way, I should have said at the outset, yes, I'm living on and I'm teleworking from the Coast Salish people's land that they've been here immemorial and the Snoqualmie tribe. That's where I'm sitting right now, near trees that they've used in their history for a long time. And I think that, we certainly as federal agencies have many mechanisms that we engage tribes in and want to assist our states in doing that, to the best that they can and appreciate all of the work that states have to go through in consultation, sometimes with the federal government, with tribes. So I'm glad, I don't want, that's not a law, like that's a treaty. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for adding that critical piece, Rhonda. And part of what is really encouraging for me as I'm seeing the environmental justice law in Washington play out, that the community engagement plan is being informed by the community, and the tribal consultation process is it's not the agency per se creating this and working on this. This is the tribal leads, in our case at Ecology, it's our tribal executive advisor, who is a member of a tribe, working with agency counterparts, other agency counterparts, to develop this in consultation with tribes. And so I'm looking forward and really hopeful about what this way of working, which is the way of working, might yield, and how agencies are going to adopt this, and how this might be able to set a standard across agencies rather than us working in real silos and just having a really disjointed process that does or doesn't address any of these issues. So I'm hoping for coordination. I think that was the intent of the law, and we'll see. And I would also point out, just for Washington State, for those folks on the phone who are part of this, the pieces that I'm talking about with the HEAL Act, with the EJ law, all of those pieces for the agencies that you work with or are striving to work with, if they're covered by the law, there will be, and there's supposed to be, an opportunity for everyone, from the public, from communities, to comment and guide what agencies adopt when it comes to that tribal consultation process, when it comes to that community engagement plan. So this isn't supposed to be a one and done, a static thing that's like done in-house. This is supposed to be done in hopefully a very transparent way. And I think a lot of that is going to play out in the EJ Council. So I'm certainly looking forward. Oh, and on the EJ Council, you can sign up on the Department of Health's website to get updates on when the council meets, what the agenda is. So I've certainly done that. And so I would encourage people, if you're in Washington or beyond, to receive those updates, to keep informed, because there will be, and there is intended to be, a lot of opportunity to provide feedback. Patty and BJ, I can't see the chat, but I can see that there's a lot in the chat and the Q&A. We're just going to keep going, and then we'll open it up. Does that work?
Yep, you keep going. Thank you.
Then we'll just keep rolling. And what Rhonda and I would love to talk about are some of the tools that are guiding us and that are available to the public. And Rhonda, I'm going to pass it over to you to kick it off with the suite of tools that you wanted. I just got one slide up here, just as a picture, because it looks pretty cool, but I know that you're going to talk about a number of things that are potentially available for folks. Oh,
I'm going to share my screen, so
okay,
you might want to stop sharing.
Then I'm going to unshare mine. Let's see if that works. That work? No?
No, and now I can see all your files.
Well, I apologize.
You're a very busy lady.
There we go. Thank you, whoever did that.
Okay, can you see my screen?
No.
No, not yet.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go over a number of tools that I've brought up and some applications. And like I don't expect for you to remember all these. All of these links will be provided to you. But I thought it would be better than actually using a PowerPoint slide, mostly because then I didn't have to get it approved. But I do want to share information with you. So the National Environmental Public Health Tracking Network is a CDC program with the National Center of Environmental Health, and they provide 26 states with funding to track environmental health issues. And 5 of them have looked at environmental justice as part of tracking. So, while I I know, and Washington is one of those. She's going to talk about that a little bit later. So is California, which I'm going to mention a little bit, like, you know, in this talk. So, you know, in terms of what this looks like, you know, I will provide this link. As we look at, this is one of the pages of the Environmental Health Tracking Network at CDC. And I just wanted to kind of show you the list of things that people are tracking and that you can find at some level in your community. Of course, we track at the national level and the state level. Sometimes we have county level data. Sometimes we have census tract level data. It depends on our partners in the states. And I believe Washington and Oregon have that cooperative agreement with CDC right now, Alaska and Idaho, maybe someday. So, you know, I do think that there are a number of items that are in the tracking network that may be of interest to you. And I'm just going to scroll down this list, you know, everything from asthma, cancer, lead poisoning, climate change, drinking water, environmental quality, heart attacks, heat-related illness. All of those are examples of things that we are tracking with our state partners that go into our national database. I did 2 maps, and these are, and up here, when you go into the tracking national database, you can select data. In this case, this is the incidence of lung and bronchus cancers, and they're age adjusted for number of cases per 100,000 people at the 5,000 person level. So they've combined groups so that they could get down to the 5,000 person level. This is a brand new ability at CDC. It came out like 2 weeks ago to go down to the 5,000 and 20,000 foot, you know, kind of person level. So each one of these would represent that rate within 5,000 at the 5,000 like kind of resolution. And, you know, kind of, you know, this high level blue would mean that it's up to 130 cases of bronchus cancer in 100,000 people. That's the rate. And so hopefully you guys have kind of gotten used to, you all, I shouldn't use the word guys. You all have gotten used to using that per 100,000, you know, in looking at COVID, because there are certain things that happen when you got up to over 20 cases and 100,000 people, right? Or over 100 cases and 100,000 people. You know, actions changed in states. So, you know, kind of looking at it at that normalized level is helpful. And for Alaska, I always want to make sure I mention Alaska because sometimes they get overlooked. You know, it's not as populated. And so those areas are huge. And so it's very hard to talk about a community specific place when you're talking about cancer. Because you really do need a lot of people to be able to talk to that. But this, I did want to show this per 5,000, you know, resolution. Hopefully that's making sense. This is another one. This is the Environmental Quality Index in the air domain. And I have Washington and Oregon up. And these are percentiles. So a low index score indicates a higher environmental quality. So, and a higher index score means a lower environmental quality. So I do think that, you know, and if you have a question about that data, you hit this about data, and it gives you everything you want to know. So I do encourage you to explore the National Environmental Health, Public Health Tracking Network. And if you have a state, you know, I know that like the National Cancer Registry, all of the states have a cancer registry. So the cancer information may likely be at that 5,000 foot level. So now I kind of want to talk about ATSDR's Geospatial Research and Analysis Services program. This program created the Social Vulnerability Index. And they really are at that nexus of place and health. And so, and to do that, I'm kind of going to describe what that social vulnerability index is. It was made actually to help emergency response in communities so that we could know before we got there, or as it was happening, or as it comes up, you know, what are we working with? What does this population look like? It was a planning tool. It turns out that planning tool became very, very helpful in COVID, right? The index, it has 4 themes. So all 4 of these themes go into building a number. And it's got socioeconomic status as a theme, household composition is a theme, race and ethnicity and language is a theme, and housing and transportation. And again, recall why we did this. This was an emergency preparation tool. So, you know, kind of looking at how are we going to reach people where they're at in an emergency. And this has been super helpful. I want to kind of show you, and this is, I'm pretty sure, the map that Millie had, although I might need to refresh. Let me just refresh. That's the map that you had on your slide deck, Millie, was the social vulnerability index. And there it comes, it's coming. And it goes down. This is a county level, but you can get information at a more resolved level. It may not always go down to the census tract because it depends on the number of people. But I do think that it is pretty helpful. On this page, there is the prepared county maps. And I just have a few open, like here is the county map for the area around, this is Hoonah and Goon actually near Juneau. But I just wanted to kind of highlight, like near Juneau, you see this little high area. Well, what's happening is it's coming out in transportation, it's coming out in language. It's not really a household composition issue, it's a socioeconomic status issue. So, you know, I think that this is an index that's combining several things together. I certainly did one for my good friend Barbara out there. This is the Silver Valley in Shoshone County. Very high social vulnerability. And that's in all of the indices. In Oregon, I think, oh, well, I went to Oregon State University and it's always good to mix it up, right? So this is Corvallis. And you can see that some areas are consistent in different indices and they mix together and they're weighted to provide an overall story. In Washington, you know, we just recently found out that there's a PFAS problem in drinking water outside of north of Yakima. And the first thing I did was I went to go look to see what the social vulnerability index was. And that changes me in how I'm going to fight a little bit harder for the resources now, or that my agency hears what it's like a 0.8 social vulnerability on a 0 to 1 scale. Oh, maybe we should use this resource in addition to this resource. So, you know, I think those county level ones are pretty helpful. In COVID, as they were delivering vaccines to states, I was on the response, and we use this map all the time with individual state immunization programs to talk about, all right, so I don't know, let me just choose a place like, you know, high vulnerability, low vaccination, any red area, right? So, okay, Oregon, what's going on in Malheur County? Should we be sending some mobile clinics out to Malheur County? So again, putting resources where resources are needed. So, you know, I've really been a proponent at ATSDR in thinking about, okay, can we make an environmental justice index and put that next to the, you know, let's start thinking, you know, 2-dimensionally maybe. So we also, through the Social Vulnerability Index, had a minority health index, which was really focused on Black and Indigenous people of color and healthcare infrastructure. Again, a very useful tool. And here's just an example where you can go and click on any one. This is the Minority Health Social Vulnerability Index Explorer that includes, for COVID. And you could click on one of these and see, and these change depending on, which county you're in. Well, they're not changing right now, but they do. So I think people have talked about EJ Screen before, but I did want to mention Cali PA's environmental health, their index. They've kind of married outcome data with environmental data to make an index and describe their state based on that. ATSDR has watched them do this and is now developing our own environmental justice index. And I'm just gonna pull up a kind of a picture. It's a beta, like it's not been released yet, but kind of looking at environmental burden, these kind of different items, social vulnerability from the SVI, and then health vulnerability with health outcomes, and comparing them to make an index so we can look quickly based on health outcome data as well. And the last tool I want to talk about is our community stress page. And we've done this, we got quite a bit of money as we were working on PFAS. We have engaged our PFAS communities affected by PFAS and drinking water near military sites. And in that work, we've been talking to how is stress, just stress of living in a contaminated place affecting you? Can you see that comic, Millie?
I sure can.
Okay. So this is just kind of a comic strip of those conversations. And it really highlights a few things. I know I've talked to many of you, and these are real questions. When you're exposed, what does this mean? How do we communicate risk? How bad is it? And how much do I want to talk about it? Because talking about it actually makes me stressed, or feeling it or experiencing has a level of stress that is cumulative. I think Jill was talking about cumulative risks before. This is it's many things. In addition to just that feeling of, or that fact of being exposed, you then have a lot of barriers, like a lot of steps you gotta climb. Victim blaming, demonization of the community, all of these kind of sit in this. And the only way to really get to that, how are your concerns getting addressed, is that relationship driving, engaging. Sometimes it is the media, even though it's really hard for us to reply to, sometimes that's where it goes. Your congressional electeds, community leaders, sometimes that's where you got to go. The research community helps a lot. And then kind of, how can you talk about what you're bringing to our table in our community in a way we understand? So, fixing that. So I think stress is under discussed as an additional stressor on the community of just being in a community with an environmental burden. Phew, that's a lot. And I'm going to send all those links and make sure you have access to them. But I know, and Millie's going to touch on a few specific to Washington that kind of shows the details more. So thanks.
Wait, Rhonda, before you leave, I'm super curious. I know that for some of the federal tools like EJ Screen that EPA is doing, they have tutorials. Are there any tutorials that you could provide links for to help us know how to use or
Yes, yes, all of these. I'm not sure about the minority health one because that's run actually out of the Secretary of Health's office.
Great.
But I know that the CDC ones do have tutorials. Yes.
Great.
Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, and I'm going to attempt to share mine again without my desktop.
Yeah, I stopped.
Rhonda, I
Yeah.
put it in the chat, and it's specifically the chat that goes to everyone. You can post your links there because it was very hard for me to squint my eyes and copy them down correctly.
Okay, yes, I have them all on my piece of paper here. I'll put those in while Millie's talking.
Excellent. So we just have a few more slides and then we're going to be opening it up for discussion pretty soon. But I did want to talk a bit about one of the newer maps and data that I use pretty frequently, and I'm guided to do so, or at least the guidance is provided in the environmental justice law. And you had mentioned it already, and this is the Washington Tracking Network, which is hosted by the Department of Health and developed by the Department of Health. And within that, there is an index, a mapping tool that was created specifically to think about environmental justice. And this particular tool was created over the course of a couple of years. And what was so unique about this tool, many of you might know this already, is that it was a tool that was designed through collaboration. And it was really promoted and advocated for by a collective called the Front and Centered. And so this particular social justice, environmental justice collaborative pulled folks together, including the University of Washington, folks at the Department of Ecology, Department of Health, Puget Sound Clean Air Authority, all of us together to think about and create this online interactive environmental justice map. And so this map is nested within the vast array of what is the Washington Tracking Network. But when you go into the Washington Tracking Networks, because this is called the Environmental Health Disparities Map. And as we were trying to create this map, our working title was, it's the Environmental Justice Map for Washington. And really, the intent of this at the highest level is just to visualize and understand what the environmental and health disparities are for people living in communities across the entire state of Washington. And certainly you can begin to understand differences in demographics and environmental burdens through the federal EPA tool, EJ Screen. But what the Washington map does that other maps don't do is it brings together 19 indicators that are kind of listed in the slide here on environmental exposures, environmental effects, socioeconomic factors, health factors, bringing all 19 indicators together to look at what is closer to a cumulative impact score. And it does so for every census tract across the state. So that's like about 1,500 census tracts, which is it's a census designated kind of geographic area. And then all of the census tracts based on the index of these 19 indicators are ranked 1 through 10 on health risk. And so 1 is the areas of lowest impact and 10 is the highest impact. And so what I wanted to share was something that you can't see through the map, but that was teased out in the Environmental Justice Task Force report. And this was a body that was convened before the EJ law came to be. So the EJ Task Force was really, it was a state task force to look at environmental justice and how to help agencies think about and engage in environmental justice and the work that they do. And so one of the things that the task force talked about is like, use the map, look at the map. And so what I wanted to just quickly dwell on is like what that map really means that you might not be able to see just by looking at all the different shades, those 10 different shades of the colors rank 1 through 10. And so first, what you see on the screen here is this is looking at the 10 ranks. So the 10 ranks are across the bottom, one again being the lowest risk areas, 10 being the highest risk or highest impacted areas. And this is looking at poverty across those 10 ranks, all of those areas. And what we can see from this is that in rank 1, those communities, those census tracts that are rank 1 have approximately 18% of their population who are living in poverty. Whereas in rank 10, it's almost half. It's upwards of 43% living in poverty. And I will say that these data that I have here in this analysis, this was, we're already on like a 2.0 version of the map. So this was the 1.0 version. So I'd have to go, I haven't yet been able to dig into the data and see what things look like now that they've updated with new information from the census as well as environmental data, but just that caveat there. And then the next one is really gets even closer to the heart of environmental injustice. And this is looking at race and ethnicity across the 10 ranks. And so when you look at, again, 1 through 10 on the bottom, rank 10 has the highest percentage of people of color. So when you look at rank 1, people who are white is about 83. And this is, when I say white, this is how they, people have filled out their census information. And so this is self-identified as white. It's 83% of the population. When you go to rank 10, the white population is 45% of the population. So conversely, in rank 1, it's 17% people of color, and in rank 10, it's over half. It's 55% people of color. Just as a benchmark, Washington State's population, again, is about 30%. So it's overrepresented. People of color are overrepresented in rank 10 areas. And you'll see in all of these maps, there's a direct linear association between the increasing environmental health disparity ranks and increasing poverty, increasing people of color. And then the last one will be a slide that's probably, or at least a story and a reality that's familiar to many of you. There is a difference in life expectancy in comparison. So the state average for life expectancy is 80.5 years, whereas in rank 1 areas, the average is about 82.5 years. And then in rank 10 areas, it's 76.5 years. So you have almost a 6-year life expectancy discrepancy. And I know that folks on the call, particularly BJ, you know, when one teases out life expectancy for specific regions, the life expectancy discrepancies are even broader. I've seen up to an 18-year between zip codes. And so this is real critical information for practitioners like myself and for my colleagues to understand that the work we do has real consequences, health consequences, environmental consequences that change the conditions and the opportunities for people in places where we do our work. And so what these data do for me is allow me to visualize it for people, to demonstrate how our work plays out across the landscape of who we affect, and then hopefully focus where we can prioritize and do our work. And so that's exactly what we're trying to do with those maps that Rhonda just went into depth about at the federal level. And then in Washington State, I use both EJ Screen and the Environmental Health Disparities Map to really begin looking at internally, where do we do our work as an agency? Where do we put our resources? Where do we do inspections? Who is impacted? Who benefits? How can we prioritize our work to those areas that are furthest from the goals that we state that we want to achieve for air quality and water quality? And so in this particular map that I have up right now, this is an overlay of our toxic cleanup sites, where the cleanup sites are relative to the environmental health disparities ranks. And what we do and what we're trying to do internally is do this for any work that we can map. So where do we do inspections? Where do our grant monies go? Where do our pollution prevention efforts go? Where do our cleanups go? And then look at that map, understand where we're concentrating. Are there gaps? Are we missing areas? Is it disproportional to Western Washington and not Eastern Washington, urban, rural? Again, where are we doing this work? And do we need to make internal changes to make sure that we're prioritizing work where the area, the environment, and the communities are most in need? And so this is something that we're working very hard to do. I'm looking to see how the new environmental justice law can support doing this work, and I think it can. But it's a new area, and we have the power of the law now to create internal accountability to this work that has felt like, to me, more of a good thing to do when it's the thing we need to do. So I just wanted to end there with kind of a visual of where we're going. And then Rhonda and I just really wanted to, well, not quite yet. Rhonda, I did want to have an opportunity for us to speak to opportunities. If you had something to talk about in terms of, you know, where do you see opportunities for in communities to engage, to influence, to make decisions, match the outcomes that communities need to see? I just wanted to open that up there, and I'm gonna attempt to show my
I
backdrop.
certainly think one thing that communities should always consider, especially as we have our academic partners on the line, is community-based participatory research, and how to influence decisions made by regulatory agencies, right? Or who are the people you need to get answers from to help influence regulatory agencies? I heard that question come up a few times, and it's tricky. I mean, I've worked in communities where I've been working on site and looking at exposure and, you know, effects, and if it's, you know, if there's a correlation or an association or anything, and sometimes we have no data and we can't even get there. And so sometimes that community-based participatory research can get people's attention. You know, I've also seen communities get very frustrated because agencies won't use their data. They won't take action based on their data. And that's because of the laws that describe what they, you know, the standards that they've put up to address what the law tells them to address. And so I think working, you know, in parallel with the environmental agency, bringing them into that story is important. So that's one thing. I have a list. You go next, Millie. Let me look at my list.
I was looking at the time, and I was just wondering if we wanted to, there's some really good questions in the chat.
Yeah.
And I wonder if we just want to segue to what folks want to discuss.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yep, good timing. Lisa?
Okay. Yeah, great talks from both of you, very inspiring. Thank you for all the work you do. So the first question comes from Jean Mendoza. She says, hello, Millie and Rhonda. Would you describe in detail how ecology and ATSDR address climate change under the CCA? The reason is a desire to know where to send information and advocate for people in specific communities. Who do we talk to when we see problems? Thanks.
That's a great question, and I think I've got some at least somewhat concrete answers. So I don't, Rhonda, correct me if I'm wrong. Is ATSDR, I don't believe you'd be involved in the State Climate Commitment Act, but I know that the Washington State Department of Health is. So here's what I would say. I did put, thank you for putting that link in. So Lisa has provided a link to Ecology's page, and at the very bottom of that page, there is a contact person, Claire, and Claire has a good understanding of all of the CCA, you know, like what the components are, because of course, the Climate Commitment Act it's really a significant piece of legislation with things that are very novel to the state. So within the agency, we have multiple contacts working on different pieces, but the environmental justice pieces, particularly there's a section in it that relates to identifying overburdened communities and placing monitors. That's something that the agency is working really hard on to try to ensure that we're meeting the intention of the law. And I think that there's two things to take note, is that I believe that a presentation by Ecology is on the agenda for the Environmental Justice Council, the first Environmental Justice Council meeting, because one of the agency obligations that was deftly written into the law was to ensure that we're receiving guidance from communities through listening sessions, through engagement, and through the EJ Council on how to ensure that we're embedding environmental justice and that lens of equity throughout the work of pieces of the Climate Commitment Act. So I would look out for that agenda item at the EJ Council, and then certainly to contact, I believe her, Claire Claire, who's on the bottom of that CCA page, would be a great first contact who would likely connect you maybe with the technical expert and the folks that are working on the more detailed pieces of the Climate Commitment Act.
Yeah, I don't think I have very much more to add. I do think that we do have funding for communities from time to time through National Center of Environmental Health. And I can make sure that when those announcements comes out, that it gets to the board of NWTCC.
Okay, thank you, Millie. Thank you, Rhonda, and thank you for the question, Jean. We're going to go to some of the hands that are raised. So Darlene, do you want to unmute yourself and ask your question?
Millie, I don't know if this is a fair question, but if you have insight, I would appreciate it. So last year, there was a draft biosolids permit for people. So many people, a lot of people commented, and it hasn't come out yet. It was supposed to come out in September. It still hasn't. And I'm hoping that's because maybe different departments or divisions within ecology were asked to weigh in. I do not know that. It's kind of a question to you. And would they also have to address environmental justice in that? We have no reply as to why we haven't gotten the final yet. We're wondering. And we'd like to know how many partners within the agency are going to have a role, including the PFAS group, because that's very much part of the biosolids.
Thank you so much, Darlene. I don't have details on the draft biosolids report, particularly the response to comments that, and I guess I don't want to totally take this question in a different direction, but I do want to point out how you're raising a fundamental issue about transparency. Like, I think it's very interesting when I reflect upon what happens within the agency and the community who's advocated and invested so much time, and then they're like, is it a black hole? Where did it go? What's happening? And I do wonder, like, on the bigger picture of things, how agencies, and this seems like something that the Environmental Justice Council, maybe they'll tackle, maybe it'll come up, but how do agencies create more transparency potentially in where they're at in their processes? So anyways, just, you know, a riff off of what you were saying, Darlene, because I think that's incredibly frustrating. I know when I go to a medical appointment, I don't want to be in limbo for months about what the results were of what, you know, like it just speaks to more of the complications and frustrations by communities that really create problematic relationships with agencies. So all of that is to say, I don't know, but I can find out. You know, that is something that I certainly can do, as I didn't mention, but because of the EJ law, because of this awakening by many more people than has been for the last decades that we've all been doing this work, people becoming aware that, hey, this is an issue. What do you know? You know, there's so much awareness right now that it has really, we have to capitalize on the momentum right now. And part of that accountability is, while our agency has had me for a while, they've now established an actual office of equity and environmental justice. So then beyond just me, now I get to build an office with 8 more people to think about and do this work. I can't even, my mind has, it's so incredible. And I've already hired, had the good fortune of hiring an organizational equity manager. What is that? That doesn't even exist nationally. But I was like, we need that. We need someone to look at this. Like, what are our internal mechanisms that can be pro-equity that we're not? So Darlene, that's a really long-winded answer to, I don't know about the biosolids draft, but I can find out. And I would welcome an email or a call, because that's one of the things that I can do. I think Jill adequately spoke. You know, I'm at a loss so much of the time because I don't have the laws to back up what I think we should be doing. And so, but what I can do is be a voice, be an advocate, and certainly make connections to the information that people might need. So, I will follow up on that. I wrote both of your questions down in terms of the final and the PFAS coordination collaboration. So, and I believe I have your email. So
Yeah, well, a group of us from around the state working on that issue met with Watson, Laura Watson. We really encouraged her to make this a multi-departmental or multi-division response, because there were so many parts to the biosolids issue, and it shouldn't just be this one guy that's writing, who is now retired, writing a policy when different divisions really should be weighing in. So I will get a hold of you. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Darlene.
Okay, and now we'll take a question from the Q&A box. So Lynn Nelson asks, are there identifiable staff in other Washington agencies, L&I, agriculture, commerce, etc., who are the go-to people on equity and EJ issues? How are you coordinating across agencies? Through the governor's interagency council? What advice would you offer to folks whose concerns cross agencies, like farm workers dealing with multiple agency authorities?
I am so excited by this question, because if this had been asked 2 years ago, I would have said none. I have never had an environmental justice counterpart in another state agency. There have been Title VI folks, but nobody focused on environmental justice. The landscape has completely changed since the environmental justice law, which allowed for agencies to put in fiscal notes and requests to hire people. Not that you would, but if you do, if you go and look on the Washington Jobs Board, it is EJ position after equity position, and not just technical experts. It is managers. It is, technical experts. It's 8 new staff. I don't even know what I'm going to do with such. Not that I probably need 20, but I'll take 8 for now. And I think Department of Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife, Puget Sound Partnership, they all have environmental justice leads. But we're so fresh to this. People are still hiring. I'm still hiring. We don't have an organized way of knowing. And in fact, what's really interesting to me is if you go to the governor's office Environmental Justice Council page, it lists the council members, but not the agency representatives. And so it seems like that would be a natural lift, easy lift for either the Department of Health or the governor's office. Hey, let's have clarity about who the agency contacts are. Who is the equity and environmental justice manager? Who's the representative from the agencies for the interagency work group, for the EJ Council? I think those are things that aren't out there yet, but they need to be and can be, and I think that's an easy lift. And I would also note, particularly Darlene and folks who have mentioned the community issues that they're struggling with. These are, I hope, the things that you all, your neighbors, your children, whoever, bring to the council, put into testimony in the whatever 3-minute, whatever 5-minute, I don't know what the council format is going to be, but bring that in front of the council to have a place to document what is happening, and just so that agencies can hear it, because the agencies will be in the room. So Lynn, I don't have, I think that the council is one way to get connected, but I will say that the council representatives only I think 10 people from agencies, and the network now is so vast. I know that Department of Health, I don't think there's anybody here from Department of Health. I'm probably misspeaking, but I think they hired 6 or 7 equity and justice managers just in the last couple of years. It's incredible. So and each of them in their own specialty areas, right? So it's not just one for the whole agency. It's like, no, somebody in this for public health, somebody in this other program. So it's incredible. Lisa, there was many parts to that question, but there was my half attempt.
No, that was great. It's exciting news, and I love your enthusiasm, Millie. So thank you. Did you want to jump in, Rhonda, and add anything? No. Okay. Well, thanks for the question, Lynn. We'll move on to Patty Martin, who has her hand raised. Patty, do you want to unmute yourself?
Yes, so my question's for Rhonda. I want to make sure that I understood this correctly. Okay. In the past, it has always required that you had a population of 100,000 in order to be considered statistically significant, which made rural areas ripe for abuse from pollution. Okay. Now you're saying, if I understood this correctly, that you can track it down to a population of 5,000 and then adjust it to 100,000. Is that what I understood? No, darn it. I was hopeful.
No. I think you still, calculating cancer risk and looking at cancer incidence from outcome data are two different stories, first of all. And I think all that the new part that's just new is they're calculating, so they're calculating an adjusted rate for that area, right? That's not to say that that's going to determine that there's more. How do I this is new to me too. So first of all, I'm not sure they haven't changed their requirements on what incidence is that would say there's a cancer cluster, for example. That's a totally different comparison, because in that case you're looking at exposure and cancer, whereas this is just cancer in an area. Does that make sense? Have I made it worse?
No, but we can have this conversation.
Yeah, no, it's new. It's great
so
to
for
have
some more
that
clarity,
granularity. Yeah. But what it means in terms of the health outcomes for that community, for those 5,000 people in that block, that is something I'm not sure I'm ready to answer that, to be honest. I haven't really thought about it in that term, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we're going to go to Barbara Miller, who's been waiting patiently with a hand raised. Barbara, do you want to unmute? Barbara, are you unmuted?
I am, and it's actually, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. We have Betty Belisle, who is our Children Run Better Unleaded coordinator here, our program, the Proactive Lead Health program that's going on in the Bunker Hill Superfund site. She's going to be asking the question. So can you see her? What do we do here?
I see you enlarged in the middle of the Zoom screen. And if you turn on your camera, we'll see whoever's with you, as well as you.
We want you to see Betty.
Is she on a different computer?
No, she's beside me. She'll just go ahead and ask.
So,
start your video, Barbara.
Okay. Oops. All right. Oh, there she is. Okay. This is Betty.
Hi. So, I just want to make this quick. Rhonda, and thank you for being here, and Millie, but this is for Rhonda. And Rhonda knows us, knows me, we talked. So we're just asking you from the Silver Valley here, Dr. Ketzel from ATSDR, for funding for our community testing project, including lead testing project, including critical follow-up after testing children and pregnant women. And of course, this is mandated by the state of Idaho. It's a law. And I understand that $300,000 has been received to the Idaho Department of Health. And we have and do have a blueprint to be used for the Community-Led Health Center to run it. And we have offered to work with EPA, CDC, ATSDR, DEQ, Panhandle Health District to do this. So far, no legal data has been shown before 2003 of the lawsuit in which Dr. Robert Huntley, the former Idaho Supreme Court judge, went to court to uphold this mandate for the testing of blood lead levels here in Idaho
which was, of course, one of the largest Superfund sites here. Oh, you understood that.
Yeah, we need help.
Sorry, let me unmute myself. I think I understood the question.
Okay.
Is that it? Let me paraphrase it back to you, make sure I got the right question.
Okay.
Is there funding for the clinic
No.
through the CDC's program with the Idaho State? Is, to follow, to do some of that work. So I'm at ATSDR, and so I'm not sure I can answer a CDC question because I don't run that program. However, I do think that that the money that this is, first of all, I am so happy that Idaho has the lead grant, the CDC lead grant. They've never had it before. So this is the first time, and that the state of Idaho has had the capacity to think about the rules and regulations in Idaho around reporting of blood leads, and doing proactive blood, work around lead exposures. So first of all, it's a huge step in the right direction, as they are, I think they didn't have capacity to even answer this question, like even answer you. Now they have capacity to start even thinking about, what do we need to answer this question? I do not know the rules around how they can use those monies and if they can use it specifically for a clinic. I know right now, like they're just trying to get their feet on the ground to get their own capacity to be able to support communities. And I think that engaging you will be a huge part of their work as they develop their program. I know I see Drew Pendleton on the line, who is the new toxicologist at the Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. And I think we can open those questions up with IDHW. I know that doesn't give you the answer that I know you want. Yes, I know exactly how to fund that clinic, but I don't know how exactly to fund that clinic. But I do think we are going in a better direction in Idaho around lead exposures. So that is good.
Great, thank you, Rhonda. We have 2 questions from Monica Lowney entered separately in the Q&A, so I'll just take them one at a time. Is additional grant funding available for disadvantaged communities for education, water quality, and air quality?
I take it that was an open question, Lisa?
Yeah, it's not addressed to anybody in particular.
Well, funding is a great question to ask right now, because I'm seeing a lot of money flow right now, certainly from federal coffers to states. And in terms of grant monies directly to communities, I think that's a great question. Many of you know on the phone about Ecology, Washington State's public participation grants, which have been used and are used to provide education to communities, to directly fund not only nonprofit organizations, but in the past, it was also for individuals. A group of individuals could also apply to use these monies to address contaminants in their communities and solid waste concerns. So there is that one grant. I've seen certainly through cities, particularly the city of Seattle has a number of environmental justice grants direct to communities. So I know that there are some, but there aren't enough. Now, I don't even know what enough looks like. It's, it's huge, but I will say there's the future offering is open. And what I mean by that is that we need more. We need more investments to capitalize and to leverage the resilience that's already in communities, and for that to grow, to create the change that they need to see within their communities. And one of the mechanisms that I
look at nationally is, and I'm just throwing this out there because there's so much work to be done. And I know that we're at time, but there's so many opportunities to re-envision how we do our environmental work. And one of the things that came out clear in the Environmental Justice Task Force for the state is like, hey, when there are penalties, where do those monies go? Do they go back to the general funds, or do they go to reinvestment in the communities that were impacted by the violation? And at other states, not Washington, but they've re-envisioned how penalty monies are used. And maybe they go into a dedicated fund for environmental justice education, for environmental justice investments. And I think there's opportunities for us now in a time when we do have a surge in resources toward these issues to think creatively about embedding and creating those structures within Washington that put actions, activities, and resources into the hands of those who know best for their communities. So that's certainly an area that I'm very interested in seeing how it may play out in the EJ Council. We're exploring it in ecology for certain. It's part of the strategic thinking that I'm doing in my shop. So I can't think, Rhonda, unless you have other direct investments to community grants.
Well, I do think that EPA has a number of the avenues for different kinds of assistance, but I can't right off the bat think of anything. In the past, we have had money for brown field work, but we don't have that currently. And there might be some opportunities through NCH. I will look and see if I can find any of those and follow up with EPA and provide that information to Lisa and BJ.
Oops, it looks like we have about a minute left. Thank you for those answers. So there's one last question from Monica, and I think this is pretty quick. Can you tell us how we can attend the council to speak? You mentioned it is April 4th. When and how do we join?
I will put a link in the chat, and there's a contact there. It's probably Rowena Pinion. I will put that information in the chat on how to attend, and I think it has the agenda already, or at least a draft agenda, maybe. I might be wrong, but I'll do that right now.
Thank you, Millie. So I think that concludes our, you have a hand up, BJ?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say a couple of closing words now that the questions are done before Patty Martin closes us out. And that is, I think we really heard a lot about the importance of and the progress towards intersecting science, policy, and action, right? And that latter usually takes place through community advocacy, which can also drive policy and even science. We hope that community needs are driving those things. So, I just heard kind of all parts of that triangle today and really appreciated that. And also really noticed kind of that we came around full circle from the beginning. Our opening speaker, Joel Clement, talked about the importance of public service, despite his not always ideal experiences with it. And then here at the end, we get to hear from Rhonda Ketzel and Millie Piazza, who are hanging in there and doing the hard work as public servants. And so just mad respect and thank you to both of you. And thank you for taking the time to be here with us all today. And with that, I would like to hand it over to Patty Martin for some closing remarks.
Well, thank you. I think you hit on much of what I might have wanted to say. I think we've had an amazing afternoon. I appreciate, actually not just afternoon, an entire day, something that we would have preferred to have done in person had it not been for COVID. This is our second or third year of having a non-in-person meeting. Yeah. But I want to again thank everyone that came, or all the speakers that we had. As BJ mentioned, we started out in the morning and on a similar topic and ended the day closing it out with phenomenal presentations on tools that can be used to support our work on the ground from Millie and Rhonda. And finally, I'd like to thank Lisa and BJ for putting in the time behind the scenes and keeping things moving during the summit. That was greatly appreciated and took a lot of load off of the rest of us that are engaged in, I guess, other activities. And then finally, I would hope that the participants that attended today understand the importance of how working together can make so many more things happen when we bring the science and the advocates together, as we did as a focus of our summit today. So I appreciate everyone coming, appreciate all the hard work, and to all of our speakers, even those that are not currently in attendance, we appreciated everything they had to say. So I hope that you enjoyed your day and also took away some information that you can use. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you to all of our attendees. I think we are closing it out. And you will all get a follow-up link to the entire webinar that we encourage you to share among your own networks. So thank you and good night.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a series of such great talks. I learned a lot.
It was a very good day. Thank you for all your hard work you do.
Thank you.